bloody mist, and a sea of blood. That was all the hero got to see. He remembered his comrade's words, telling him to run. The human race can't be destroyed. We'll survive. We'll be saved. In the end, he was the only one left. The hero was surrounded by hundreds of monsters, led by a demon. You can't beat me, Enver said. That was his name. Feng. That was the name of the last survivor. And he was honestly a total zero at martial arts. It was all for nothing, the hero declared. He'd lived a good, long life. 100,000 years. All he could do was watch his comrades helplessly and keep fighting. He brought 2 fingers to his lips, summoned a fiery aura around him, and screamed, "Come on, attack." After all, today, the hero would fight to the bitter end. The main enemy appeared before him in the blink of an eye and dealt a crushing blow. In this life, Feng had a useless body, but he managed to reach the peak of alchemy. I really am a good-for-nothing weakling, he thought right before he died. If I had the chance to be reborn, I'd definitely perfect my martial arts and fix my mistakes, defying the heavens themselves. Suddenly, the hero woke up, gasping for air. Where am I, he thought. His whole body was bandaged, which worried him even more. He still had the amulet from his past life. Touching it with his hand, visions of comrades and war flooded his mind. These memories, they made me reborn, Feng exclaimed. This was the moment Lin Xuan made it so he could no longer master martial arts. He remembered approaching her with the news that he'd won the competition. So why was she, his fiancée, trying to kill him? I only signed a marriage contract with you 3 years ago to temporarily join your family, the girl said. Thanks to that, I climbed to the 3rd rank. You bastard. Do you really think you deserve me? She asked. The hero's eyes went lifeless at the news. In his past life, his martial arts potential had been destroyed, so he had no choice but to focus on alchemy. Even though he reached the peak in that field, it wasn't enough. If only he could have practiced martial arts, the tragedy of the demon clan invasion could have been avoided. Thanks to the jade pendant, he had a chance to start over. While getting dressed, he decided to focus on getting stronger. Alchemy or martial arts. He could handle it all and would definitely reach the top. As he was leaving the house, a man ran up to him, shouting that the situation was bad. It was Sank, the commander of the Qin family's medical garden guard. He declared that the eldest son of the Lin family wanted to see the hero. The hero remembered this moment of his life well. That man had come to demand control of the garden and took the chance to humiliate the alchemist. There was nothing left to do but meet that bastard. In a matter of moments, the hero and the guard commander arrived at the spot. The dialogue started immediately with a threat from the eldest son. His sister had achieved significant results in martial arts. If he didn't get the garden, Feng would be in trouble. Aren't you ashamed to hide behind a girl? The hero asked, fired up. These words triggered Lin Lan. When the marriage contract was dissolved, why come back to take what you, yourselves gave up? The alchemist asked. Something about this just feels wrong, the hero said, barely holding back his laughter. Lan was beside himself with rage. He was deeply offended by the hero's sarcastic humor. If my sister hadn't signed a marriage contract with you, he began, then you would have been killed a long time ago, the eldest son said, adding that even after all that, the hero was still ungrateful to Xuan. Oh, you even managed to drag that up here, Feng joked. The hero's family guards surrounded the bastard, pointing their spears at him. Damn it! He was always so quiet and docile. What happened today? Lan wondered. Then he proposed a bet to the alchemist. If the hero won the prize of the year in the competition in his field, Lan would leave the family alone. But if he lost, he'd lose the medicinal garden. We have a deal. We'll sign a written agreement, Feng clarified. The alchemist's relative was surprised to hear this. He didn't think the hero would agree to something like that. Let's sign, Lan shouted confidently. Why am I so annoyed? He's a real idiot. The bastard thought. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes. The eldest son added finally. The young master is an adult. But he's still a child, said a member of the Qin family. When the time comes, that bastard will be on his knees, Feng declared. After such an unpleasant conversation, he went to meditate. Suddenly, blood started coming out of his mouth. Even though his strength had fallen to the key level, he still had prospects. Thanks to the improvement in magic techniques, he was able to solve the blood loss problem. The warrior path had 6 realms. Ki and blood were the weakest. The second was the tempered body realm. The next was simply called the prime realm. The void realm was no small matter. The second to last was called false god. And the final realm, the demigod. Each of them was divided into 10 levels. In his past life, the hero lost his cultivation base because of Lin Xuan. But now he had preserved it thanks to the god transformation technique. This was a special technique he discovered in his past life. The effect was to enhance the perception of the 6 senses. It might seem mediocre, but the people who practiced it became famous figures. Young master. And a disaster has happened. The voice came from behind the door. News just arrived that the medicine harvest time has been moved up by 6 months. All the herbs have withered. Even if we create ideal conditions for their growth, there won't be enough time to get it all done. Is that so? The hero said. Initiating the transformation, Feng used his 6 senses. Someone had planted weeds in this place. It was definitely Lan. No wonder he wanted to make a bet. But this was actually a wonderful gift from him. 10 days later, a herb collector appeared, accompanied by Brother Xuan. A member of the Feng family received them and asked them to wait. At that early hour of the morning, the hero suddenly appeared and dropped a single word. Did you see it? Xin Feng didn't kneel in front of the herb collector and is still trying to say something sarcastic. The bastard snapped. I'm giving you a chance to apologize, said the collector from the Qin family. Yulan, please, don't get mad, shouted the hero's companion. Disobedience could result in a huge fine. Screw you. You damn bastard, said the hero. The 3 men's faces twisted unnaturally. You're just a lowly herb picker. Don't think you're anything special. Feng insisted. What kind of attitude is this? Where does this arrogance come from? Yulan shouted. As per usual, there are plenty of herbs, and they're all ready for you, stated the hero. Don't you know the tax tripled this year? And now with your attitude, you've doubled it. If you don't pay the quota by sundown, the collector shouted, you'll lose your head, he snapped, threatening him with his sword. This didn't scare the hero at all. Unlike his family member, Lan had already appeased Yulan by organizing a luxury vacation for him. If Feng loses, they'll split the medicinal garden in half. That bastard also hired a spy, who reported that the hero was the only one working in the garden. Lan wondered what effective tricks a brat who knows nothing about herbs could invent. Triple the standard. Double the amount. Then follow me, said the hero. Feng was serious. As he crossed the bridge, the bastard looked at the crops. He laughed because he was the one who poisoned them. Qin Feng, are these the herbs planted in your famous medicinal garden? They're rotten and withered? Lan mocked. Seeing this, Yulan thought the hero was mocking him. As expected, the scum only saw the trash, but didn't pay attention to the real treasure. Look, you blind morons, snapped the alchemist. The flower beds were sown with abundant medicinal crops. The trio's eyes went wide at what they saw. How could this happen? Does Feng actually know how to care for medicinal herbs? Wondered the bastard. The color of this herb was good. Everything was top-notch. Its quality exceeded all standards. So that's what you've been doing all this time? Young master, said the family member. Lan started to explode with anger toward the hero. Leon grass is a terrible weed by nature, and planting it among medicinal plants will naturally cause them to wither. However, right now, no one knows yet that if planted on the opposite side of the sun, It changes its properties and accelerates the growth and quality of medicinal plants. Approaching the bastard, the hero declared, "You don't need to know how I did it. The only thing that matters is that you lost the bet." As soon as the conversation turned to the mine, Lan declared he wouldn't reveal anything. "Oh, what do we have here? An important paper." The hero started mocking him. "If he doesn't get his mine, the bastard will go to prison for the rest of his life." As soon as the loser looked at Yulan, he declared he had nothing to do with the bet. A moment later, the hero and his family found themselves at the mine and asked to thank Brother Lan for this. On the way back, Feng said he had taken a big risk based on his past life. He remembered this iron mine wasn't simple. It contained a lot of mysterious and valuable iron ore. Suddenly, a guard appeared and reported that something had happened at the mine. It collapsed, crushing dozens of miners alive. Mothers tried to enter, but the guards stopped them. The hero understood what was happening. The miners' families started blaming the Qin family for everything. While the mine belonged to the Lin family, everything was fine. But now people were angry. "Give me back my father, give me back my son," they screamed at the innocent hero. A family member offered for the young man to leave, but he refused. Then he used his internal senses and saw what was happening inside the mine. The miners were still alive. Judging by the traces, it wasn't a total collapse. It was obvious it was a man-made explosion. The problem is that Lan blew this place up after losing. He wants to stir up public anger against the hero. "Silence," shouted the young master. "Listen to me. The miners inside are still alive," said Feng. But the people didn't believe him. They thought the young man was lying. Lan just mocked the hero. A member of the alchemist's family tried to hold back the crowd. "Get out of here. This crowd will kill you," said the guard. The hero looked at them with glassy eyes and thought about what to do next. "Qin family, stop resisting. Put down your weapons." A shout rang out from the crowd. "Dear brothers, what if your loved ones still had a chance at salvation?" asked the young man. "Do you really want to give up on them?" he asked them. "I swear on my life I will save them," said the hero. "If, after digging, we find dead people, do what you want with me," said Feng, walking toward the crowd. "Do you agree to this?" he asked them. The people were stunned at what they heard. "It's worth a try." Someone came out of the crowd. Some went to work with shovels. Others moved stones. The hero then turned to his family member. "Sank, dig all you want. Mock the one who caused the collapse. After all, the bastard had planted the swamp miasma inside a long time ago, so they'll die from the rocks or the toxins." After 2 hours, the people managed to get out. Immediately, they started calling their relatives through the window that appeared. In front of them, they saw strong men lying unconscious. Immediately, accusations against Feng were heard. "He didn't tell you that you could do whatever you wanted with him," intervened the bastard. "Die, die," shouted the crowd. "Ha! The fool has no proof that it was me," laughed Lan. A member of Feng's family arrived at the scene with some kind of fruit or vegetable. "Sanka, stuff the pre-chewed peel into their mouths as fast as possible," ordered the young man. "To avoid contaminating the medicine, you can place it directly in the mouth." Qin Feng has gone crazy, thought the bastard. It seemed to him that the hero was mocking the corpses to vent his anger. Then he started turning the people against the alchemist. "Don't be afraid, Sanke. Keep going," said Feng. "Young master, aren't we increasing the chances of them dying?" shouted the hero's family member. One of the miners woke up. "I had a very long and strange dream," he said. "What the hell? The dead have risen," shouted Sanqua. "Son, you've come back to life. We thought you were dead," exclaimed a relative of the first revived miner. "The swamp miasma is extremely poisonous, but if you chew the peel of the Tian Luo fruit in time, the effect can be eliminated." Then the hero, he asked the poor guy to tell him everything he remembered before the collapse. "Lin Lang blew up the cave entrance, terrified that we might escape. He brought poison in here," the man said. That's right. That's right. It's all his fault, the others agreed. Well, dear families, the truth is out, Feng declared. So right now, you can express all your dissatisfaction to him. The bastard's screams echoed through the mountains. Inside the mine, the hero was carefully searching for something, a mysterious iron ore. Suddenly, he was distracted by the first of the rescued men. All the miners thanked the hero for saving them. This gesture really surprised him. The boy gave the workers time to rest. Yes, Master Qin Feng, we swear we'll follow any of your orders. A voice rang out from the crowd. Then the hero asked where Lanido had gone. But he'd managed to escape. There's no place left for him in this city. He must have hidden that ore, Feng thought. Then he asked a family member if they knew any moneylenders in Yuning City. Oh yeah. The loan sharks in this city are terrifying. Even for people who don't deal with them. If you borrow money from them and don't pay it back on time, you're screwed for the rest of your life. It's practically impossible to pay back. The interest rate is way too high. Only desperate fools would borrow from them. Wait. Are you trying to borrow money? Sankui asked. Only to receive the answer that the young man had already done it. It was around 500 gold coins. The relative didn't understand why. Since 20 a year is enough for people to live comfortably, the young gentleman needed money to take care of his medicinal plants. Initially, the hero wanted to take all the iron and find the Xuanfeng ore to pay off the debt, but Lan took the second one with him. It was all over. The only thing left was to sell the medicinal garden. And without that, the family will perish, Sanku screamed. Suddenly, someone's laughter was heard from behind. It was the hero's father, a guard of Yanyang City, who rushed over to ask about the boy's health. Sir, your son borrowed, Sanku intervened. But Feng silenced him. In his past life, his father did everything possible to take care of his son, literally risking his own health. At the same time, Feng wouldn't let his father worry about him. Now you don't have to worry. I spent a lot of money and bought you some body-tempering pills. With their help, you'll be able to restore your cultivation base. The father said, Dad, you don't have to worry about me. I'm doing much better, the hero said. Then the father abruptly grabbed the boy's hand. How did your cultivation base grow to the highest stage of qi and blood? The father asked, to which he received the answer he would get it at home. Are you saying you found a master who helped you and is teaching you alchemy? Qinli asked. Is my son really going to become an alchemist? Feng said the master declared the boy was his most talented student, which made his father very happy. Father, my sensei doesn't like strangers, the hero declared. That's true. Experts of that level want to live in solitude. Wanli said. It was wrong to lie to him. But the hero didn't know any other justification for his sudden knowledge of alchemy. As a parting gift, the father handed his son the Qin family martial order, although they hadn't seen each other in a long time. It was time for him to continue with his business. This military order was actually very important. Why did his father give it to him? Feng didn't understand. Young master, a voice echoed in the medical garden. Someone has come to meet you, Sank declared. Get all the guards up and put them on alert, the hero declared. This is the end. He completely forgot that today is the last day to pay the debts to the usurers. It seemed as if the doors were about to be knocked down. If you don't pay the debt, the usurers can take away your house. The hero was willing to fight to the death. But what they found weren't moneylenders at all. My name is Anhauchen, said the girl who appeared. I came to thank you guys for saving me. No, I'm not a lender, but a miner, she said. She added that she came here for her future husband. The hero remembered something he hadn't given importance to at that moment. She was the only girl to whom he gave fruit mouth to mouth, deliberately taking advantage of her vulnerability. So you came here to repay our kindness, the hero clarified. That's right, she said. The girl knew where the wonderful mineral was hidden. The girl hadn't lost consciousness. She immediately took a homemade detox pill and was conscious longer than everyone else. And then she found out the location of the ore. You're saying you prepared a detox pill yourself without the proper knowledge, the hero clarified. Yes. I learned it from books. Yawen said, although it had its flaws. The fact that the pill was prepared without a master was amazing. So the hero asked her if she wanted to become an alchemist. He added that he was willing to take her as his student. I'll hire a student so I have more time to practice martial arts. The boy already has everything calculated. The girl thought the hero wanted to take her as a wife. She thought she had found a good husband. He thought he had found a good slave. A few days later, the hero arrived in Fengming City. When Sanqua asked how much the gentleman planned to sell, he received the answer that it would be enough to pay the usurers. Then he showed one of his fingers, which in his opinion meant 1,000 gold coins. Then Sanqua started thinking about the best way to do it. No, friend, you haven't understood, the hero declared. He already owed 10,000 to the lenders. This information surprised the man. Space. Believe in me, said the young man. For her sake. He and Lin Xuan worked hard for several days, improving the quality until it was unrecognizable. The first of the potential buyers said it would pain him to pay even $100 for that mineral. As we know, the wonderful iron ore is crystalline and has the shape of a gemstone. Do you mean to say this cobblestone looks like a gemstone? Said the merchant. In that case, you're an amateur. The hero intervened. Then, the owner of the shop, Treasurer Gao, approached them and asked what all that noise was. Then the seller started protesting, saying that they were trying to sell him fake miraculous ore. Get out of here. We don't accept fakes here, Gao said and closed the door in front of the boys. How dare you talk about her like that? Feng, he wouldn't calm down. Yeah. The treasurer's power is on par with our family's, but because of him, they were forced to leave Fengming and move to another city. Because of this trip, the hero is going to be late paying off his debt again. Meanwhile, Gao told his employee that if he ran into these kinds of scammers again, he'd be fired on the spot. Then, he noticed the coal sitting on the counter. It was the miracle ore. Gao took a closer look. He rubbed it with a white napkin, and it glowed with a turquoise light. Wait. It's so bright, Gao exclaimed. Even after seeing it, the clerk didn't believe it was real and started making all kinds of arguments against Feng. But that didn't last long because Gao hit him with the words, "You offended an important person. Get the money ready. We're going to apologize," the treasurer added. Meanwhile, the boys had already reached the mountain pass. Sanqua and the guard tried to talk the hero out of going somewhere. I don't think you can sell the ore. Gao appeared on the horizon and announced he was ready to buy all the ore from the boys. The treasurer got on his knees and apologized. You know what you're doing, the hero said. It seems Sanqua and the guards were more pleased than Feng was. I'm not ready to sell it to you now, the hero declared. I really want to sell you the whole batch. But your friend embarrassed my subordinates, so I won't do it, the young man said. We want to sell. We don't hold a grudge against anyone, Sanqua thought. Then Gao started publicly scolding his comrade. Ordinary miracle ore shines like a gemstone. That's because common miracle ore contains a lot of useless crystals that are hard to remove, creating the illusion that it looks like a gem. But in reality, the purer it is, the darker the color, and as soon as it's stimulated by an aura, it starts emitting light. The better the quality, the brighter the glow. The clerk and the Qin family member were perplexed by what they heard. It was a magnificent level of purity. It seems there's an incomprehensibly powerful alchemist behind this young man, Gao thought, now that he's realized its full value. He can't blame me for asking for more, the hero reasoned. Your clerk was so sure he was right that he declared if the stone turned out to be precious ore, he'd bow face down, the alchemist declared, or something like that. I don't remember. Gao clenched his fist. Idiot. You'll have to answer for your words, he attacked the clerk. The man had to keep his promise. Then, Gao offered to buy it for 30,000 gold. This is how you get rich. Sang Ku thought. Well, gentlemen, not only will we pay off the debt, but there'll be some left over, Feng said. Then the boys went shopping. Meanwhile, night had already fallen. Lan went to see his father to complain about Feng. I got beaten up. Your son was humiliated, he repeated. What, that traitor dared to set a trap for you, the father clarified. Yes. And now he's in Fengming. Help me. Brother Xuan begged. That idiot won't survive tomorrow. The head of the family declared. The bastard smiled unnaturally. The events shift to the Qin family estate. The pills his father gave him were pretty good. And thanks to them, the hero was able to ascend to the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Then Feng was wrapped in an unimaginable yellow aura. Suddenly, something caught his attention. To find out what happened, he used his divine sense. He saw ninjas around the house. I don't think I invited anyone, the hero thought. Brother, I'll distract him. And then you break in and kill him, the assassin said. Got it. Let's go, the other replied. The hero had already approached the door and kicked it open with all his might. The assassins were baffled by what they saw. Good evening. Looking for someone in particular, the hero asked. I knew you were coming before you even got inside, the young man stated. He added that he came out to practice with them. They had killed other people many times before, but this was the first time the prey had come to them on its own. For the first time in 10,000 years, the young man was about to fight. I'll let you see how wrong you are. I'll shatter your confidence, the ninja said. You'll pay for this lesson with your life, he added. Relax. It's just a fight. When you study martial arts, you run into this sooner or later. I need to gain as much experience as possible, he told himself. Kid, I'm at the 8th level of the Qi and Blood stage. I've killed at least 80 people like you, the assassin said. Oh, brother, you're using really strong skills to deal with the kid. And another intervened. He had to go all out. He couldn't take the enemy lightly. Die, the assassin screamed. So this is what the 8th level of the stage is like here, Feng thought. Brother, you won't even leave a gray spot behind. Calm down, he's only level 5. Another ninja intervened. Finally, my first battle in the last 100,000 years, the hero thought. Let's go, he shouted, bringing his fist to his opponent's face. Confident in himself, Feng managed to hit the assassin. Did you kill him? The other ninja exclaimed. Looking at his hand, the man couldn't believe he had done it. He was just weak. Feng said, You can fight me. I promise I'll try not to kill you. The young man said, Yeah, it's him. The surviving assassin thought. How dare you kill my brother? We've been inseparable our whole lives, he said. So he had no choice but to flee the battlefield. I didn't expect the divine reading to make my core power so strong, Feng thought. Why don't I follow him and find out who sent the assassins, he thought. The events shift to the city lord's mansion in Fengming. The assassin escaped here. The person who ordered the hit must be here too. Someone appeared behind the hero. Please. Help. They want to kill us, the poor man said. After the assassin was killed, Feng assumed the client was getting rid of his own people. A thief has entered the house. Don't let him escape. A voice was heard behind him. Oh, crap, the hero said. In a second, they managed to surround him. You shouldn't have set a trap for me. You'll pay, said the one behind the young man. You came here because you couldn't finish me off, Lan said. How did I not realize immediately that it was you who sent those idiots, Feng said. The bastard pretended not to understand what his sworn enemy was talking about. You want to use the city lord's power to conspire against me, the hero asked. Someone showed up and finished off the wounded ninja. Master Qin. You called? He asked. Lin Lang. Did you call me? I told you to be careful if you're gonna kill someone, he said. You're not on our side, the hero said. Haha. Say what? Han, it's been 100 years, and your family still takes those petty favors I once did so seriously. He said. Get rid of him, said the young master. Now Lin Xuan, your ex-fiancée, hasn't just made huge progress in her martial arts, but she's also about to become the third prince's concubine. The old man added. Their plan is to push out the Qin family, strip them of their power, and raise the Lin family in their place, making them one of the 5 most powerful families. So, the Lin family has a bright future. Why would they care about the young master's family, now that they're struggling? Lan's dad said he'd use a legal loophole to stay out of the Qin family's business. He added that he'd get rid of Qin Feng. The hero was taken to the mansion. He thought he had been careless. He didn't expect the city lord to side with the Lin family. A voice was heard near the wall. It was Sank. Feng was surprised to see him. Young master, how could you do something so stupid? A relative asked. People in the city lord's mansion are talking about Xuan becoming the third prince's concubine. And supposedly, because of this, the hero went crazy and killed 2 members of the royal family. So he's going to be executed tomorrow. Yeah. They came up with a good excuse to kill me off. Feng thought. Now, the royal family is the strongest. Even if they said they wanted to execute him in their own name, the Qin family higher-ups would just have to agree. Then Sanqua suggested that the young master get out of there. Actually, I didn't kill anyone, the hero declared. He was innocent, and therefore, he wouldn't run away like a dog. Since the boy is a member of the Qin family, he can't just leave like that. Then he explained to Sanqua that the guards had changed, and he still had time to escape. The guards realized the hole was plugged with straw. The hero didn't expect his family to go to such trouble to help such a heartless and ungrateful person. There was nothing else to do. You forced me to take extreme measures, the alchemist declared. A bright flash lit up the sky above the mansion. Qin. That inscription appeared in the sky. A crowd of armed warriors rushed to the scene. The hero had no choice but to wait. The arriving warriors killed the useless mansion guards. One of the fighters approached the hero and asked, the Qin family's main security group has assembled. What happened? Ah. Nothing much. It's just that some people rely too much on their daddy, the young man said. And they needed to be dealt with. Early in the morning, on the way to the execution site, Sanqua explained to the guards that Feng wasn't stupid and had figured out how to escape. It's absolutely impossible for the young master to die. It's still morning and they've already hanged him, someone in the crowd shouted. This morning definitely didn't start with coffee. How could this happen? Sanqua was outraged. Forgive us. We didn't think this would happen. He apologized. Sank. Why are you crying here? Suddenly he heard it. The relative was surprised to hear a familiar voice. Shouldn't you have been executed? He asked. Tackling the guy. What are you doing? People are watching. The hero was indignant. That bastard's father isn't as good as mine, Feng declared. Lin Lang lost his backer. This is the city lord, Sanqua said uncertainly. How did you manage to do this? The hero was asked. Yeah. Easily. Thanks to this thing. This is the Qin family's martial order, Sanqua exclaimed. The main security group only needs to see the signal to arrive and obey the sender unconditionally. So, what order did you give? Sanqua asked. Lin Lang and the others dared to kill him. It was clear he wouldn't let it slide. They mercilessly killed everyone they saw, destroyed the mansion, and forced its lord to experience several circles of hell. It's a pity that Feng's father worked so hard and only received a combat medal. Now he doesn't have it anymore. Then Sanqua decided to find out Lin Lang's fate. Do you think after this, you can restore your reputation and become a good person? The crowd shouted. Lan tried to object, but it didn't go well. I falsely accused him of murder. I am to blame for all the trouble, he repeated. This was the hole Sanqua had crawled through. Killing this bastard would cause too many problems, the hero told his relative. But last night he threatened Lin Lang to clear Feng's name. Damn it. Not killing him is a huge mistake, Sank said. You can do whatever you want with him. Just don't let him die. The boy said. That's not exactly what I meant. The young man said. Great. Then don't overdo it. Feng said. Lan's face changed. He wasn't so arrogant anymore. It's time to prepare the next plan. People are so evil. Lan said. After a while, night fell. The Qin family's main security organization approached him. The strongest warrior brandished his axe. Don't kill me, the bastard screamed. They broke the shackles. Don't be afraid. They're with us. The stranger said, your sister is engaged to the third prince. So I have orders to take you to the capital, stated His Majesty's relative. The bastard was happy to hear that. He wanted to ask the prince to destroy the Feng family. Don't complicate the situation, the relative said. Then Lan started asserting his rights, saying he'd force the emperor to say some kind words to this man. That's right. It will be hard to refuse, the relative affirmed. Then Huan, a strong warrior, intervened. Let's see. Qin Feng. Let's see how you deal with these masters. Lan thought. Events shift to a medicinal garden. The hero lay covered in ropes next to a minor girl. He didn't understand how this happened. It seems it occurred a few hours ago. The young man said he was going to the mist forest, a dangerous place. His master alchemist declared that more medicine was needed. Sanqua said, the boy didn't understand the dangers hiding in this place. It's not just full of poisonous gas. It's also full of poisonous insects and animals. Back then, the medicinal garden belonged to the misty forest. And to keep just a small part of it, the Qin family sacrificed hundreds of warriors. Long story short, you're better off staying out of there. Oh yeah, and how exactly are you gonna stop me? The hero asked, lying next to the girl. He tried to figure out how he could have forgotten the danger of this place. Suddenly, some noises in the dead of night caught his attention. Then he used his divine sense. The bride's brother ordered us to kill Feng and no one else, the stranger said. Killing the guards won't be hard. Though, if we wipe out too many subordinates, it's gonna cause a lot of trouble, said Huang's comrade. Xiao. Come on. These guys were strong warriors. One of them was at the 9th level of the blood stage. If a fight broke out right here, the others would be in deep trouble. He had to do something. The bastard spotted him. Let's do this, shouted the warrior, charging at the hero. He swung his axe, and his head flew right off his shoulders. Didn't think it'd be that easy, said Huang. Let's take his head as proof, Xiao suggested. But then, something shocked him. The head was fake. He got away. The scumbags were furious. Two masters, tricked by a common doll. You guys still want to kill me? The hero asked them, before daring them to catch him first. That bastard got away, yelled Huang. You guys definitely need me, the young man said. That brainless idiot. Instead of calling security, he just ran for it. The big guy was outraged. They chased after him. To throw them off, Feng started using pollen, even though these morons were a higher level than him. Chasing a 100,000-year-old alchemist was pointless. What the I can't open my eyes. The scumbags were fuming. The fruit pollen would blind them temporarily. Then, the young man used his divine vision. Thanks to a magic technique, he could see at night just like it was day. The young man was already waiting on a tree branch. A moment later, they left their spot. The enemies attacked Feng from his hiding spot. A huge roar echoed through the forest. But the young man managed to dodge. His horse, though, wasn't so lucky. They couldn't see a thing. So the young man didn't get how they could keep tracking him. He's here, shouted Zhao, pointing at the horse. No, that's his horse, Huang replied. Watching them, Feng came to a conclusion. They seemed to hunt by smell. That meant the doll trick worked not because they were stupid, but because his scent was on it. A moment later, they were chasing the guy again. He had to scatter his clothes to confuse the bastards. Ha. The guy finally figured us out and decided to leave his trail here, said Xiao. While the hero was running, he didn't notice the obstacle at all. He found himself at the edge of a cliff with nothing but a misty forest behind him. Feng didn't understand how he'd taken a wrong turn to end up here. You got the guts to jump down there, the enemy asked. If you stay here, you'll die painlessly. After crushing one of the fruits, he said. You guys have some huge balls. After that, I jumped into the gorge. I'll never surrender to you bastards, the guy yelled as he fled. He's crazy, said Huang. This is the Misty Mother Forest. Xiao guessed the kid had main character syndrome. Haha, the master of one of the strongest families is gonna die because of some fog. The young man only regretted not coming sooner. There were so many herbs here that he needed. Even though the mist was poisonous, he drank the juice of the Tian Luo fruit beforehand. The easiest way to protect himself from the fog. Although the effect wouldn't last long, but there was plenty of high-quality spiritual grass here. So brewing a protective agent with whatever was on hand, piece of cake for him? All right. Time to get started, said the hero. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A red raccoon dog. These guys were hard to catch. The pills he whipped up to repel animals knocked the beast right out. He had an idea on how to deal with those two bastards. Early the next morning, the two entered the outskirts of the forest. They started searching carefully for the young man. Xiao found the guy first. They thought he died from the miasma. I'll take the head, declared Huang. But suddenly, the hero sprang to life and attacked them. The two were baffled at how the kid survived in these conditions. Fine. If he's not dead, then he's obviously really weak, stated Xiao. As hunters, you guys should know something about this place, said the young man. What would happen if the blood of a red raccoon dog came into contact with a miasma tree in the sunlight? He asked. It's obvious. A new poisonous mist is being produced, answered the warrior with the axe. Then the young man started counting down from 10. Wait. Where did this fog come from? The total idiots didn't get it. Is this really it? Exclaimed Xiao. I mean, he used the red raccoon dog's blood on the darts and the wood. We've already started inhaling, the miasma shouted his comrade. Huang, that's right. Exactly, said the hero. 2 minutes earlier, his only option was to risk playing dead and shooting darts as a distraction, so the scumbags wouldn't figure out what happened. You bastard, we're taking you with us, screamed the warrior with the axe. Ha! Took you long enough to react, the young man exclaimed, but it's already too late, he added. Both idiots started coughing up blood, then fell to the ground. Dead. For those who specialize in a keen sense of smell, death is instant. Behind the young man, aggressive red eyes appeared. These two are yours, he declared to the animals. Not only did he manage to finish off the two scumbags, but he also gathered a lot of useful herbs. Back at the medical garden, the alarm had already been raised, saying the young man had passed away. If you don't believe me, look closer, shouted a member of Prince Sanqua's family. It was the master's horse saddle. They found it next to a pool of blood in the forest. Both the young miner girl and Sanqua were baffled by what they heard. Going into the misty forest alone? I admire him, said Lan. Now, let's discuss the nuances, he continued. The mine and the garden pass to me now. He forced the royal guard to kick out the hero's friends. From now on, I'm taking charge of all Xin Feng's properties, Lan declared. Stay out of my business, you bastard, a voice said from behind. Now you're begging the royal guard for help. You pathetic son of a, said Feng. The maid immediately threw herself at him, unable to hold back her joy. How did you manage not to die in there? Lan wondered. The hero pretended he hadn't spotted the assassins there. A member of the prince's family started yapping about the mine. Meaning, the young master will have to obey, Sanquo thought. Haha, I don't give a damn who you represent. The young man replied. I'm in a foul mood today. Someone pissed me off and tried to kill me. He added, you know I strung up the city lord of Fengming a few days ago for trying to intimidate the hero that night. I activated my family's military order. The lord's mansion was destroyed on my orders. Feng didn't cool down. And last night, he took on 2 men in the misty forest. Their remains were eaten by beasts. So, if you dare provoke me, I'll bring a military order down on your head. Now, which family are you from? The young man finished speaking. The prince's relative was rattled by what he heard. He'd already realized from experience how terrifying the Qin family's order was and didn't want a repeat of that. I just came to visit, he said, playing dumb. We wish the venerable Feng and his family well. They bowed. Excuse us. We're leaving then, Lan said. In the end, a member of the prince's family screamed that the kid was crazy and couldn't be allowed to use the order again. The military order had already been used, so the young man was just using the empty shell. The maid was worried about the night, to which he replied that he had indeed been in the forest. Young master, don't lie to us. That is a forbidden place. He simply wouldn't survive there. Sank intervened. I picked so many herbs I had to load up the horse. It's almost here, the hero declared. There were so many that the pack mule couldn't handle the weight. There were tons of them, and all were top quality. Unload it. I'm going to get some sleep, the young man said. The young master was simply amazing, but Sangwu didn't always understand his methods. A few days later, the hero was invited to the wedding of Xuan and the third prince. Although Yunying City is controlled by the Qin family, the royal family started interfering in their affairs and stationed troops here. Sank. Starting today, the security guard's wages will be doubled, the boy said. He didn't understand why he was being so generous. Form a squad to clear the misty forest, Feng said, looking at Sangwa, who was speechless. He added that he'd give the details later. According to his memories, this is the time when the wasteland clearing will begin. Therefore, it would be better to train his subordinates for protection now. This way, the young man can build his own professional army and increase his control over the city. The next day, his soldiers were outraged and didn't believe what Sanku had told them. No. That's nonsense, the hero barked. After selection and training, you'll start receiving triple wages. This is a highly responsible task, so your master will train you personally. The soldiers were baffled by what they heard. They turned around and headed to breakfast because they couldn't believe it. Meaning, the young master isn't convincing at all, Sangwa thought. Anyway, come with me. Let's buy weapons for the squad, Feng said. Sir, you were lucky to escape the forest, and now you think you're a genius, a family member suggested. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, there was talk about how Feng's military detachment was a fake. In other words, the young man managed to fool everyone. What a bastard. The prince's relative fumed. The bowl he threw smashed on the floor. The man's actions caused tea to spill onto the feet of the Qin family's herbalist. And what are you gonna do about it? The prince's relative asked. Forget the tea, the collector shouted. It's about Feng. Because of him, I lost my powers. Then he attacked the arrogant man. But he repelled the strike without issue. You say, Qin Feng messed with you too? He asked. Because of him, the great Duyan lost everything. So we're in the same boat. He suggested the collector join him for revenge. Is your master an alchemist? The prince's family member asked. That's right. And what an alchemist needs are spiritual herbs. So, the destruction must start with destroying the garden. An arrogant man couldn't do such a thing directly. It could spark a war. A blood-boiling pill attracts ferocious beasts. And right now is the Iron Bull migration season. So they won't say a word if a beast does this. But these pills are expensive. Excellent idea. I'm willing to spend the money, the prince's relative said. I'll use a portion of the fruit to brew 20 tempering pills, the hero reasoned. since they need to be purified several times. This isn't an easy task. But he didn't give up and believed in his own strength. Touching the device, he thought about how he'd mixed hundreds of spiritual herbs before. He managed to brew 24 pieces. The quality of the pills is rated from 1 to 10. His was a 9. If they went up for sale, it would raise too many questions. Having eaten one of them, I advanced to the 6th level. Now it was necessary to take a pill to calm the body, because progressing in such a short time is too dangerous. To be the first to explore the wasteland, one had to fight not just to the death, but beyond it. Could it be that the master has surpassed his cultivation base, the maid suggested? She heard Sanqua report that Feng's defeat at the mountain peak had been expected for a long time and had left him deeply traumatized. So, the maid wanted to help him in any way she could. The scene shifts to the forest outside the garden. The alarm sounded. Ferocious animals were approaching. But the young knight hadn't completed his process yet. The guard's pikes were no match. "It's an iron bull," one of the warriors exclaimed. "No one could break its defense." Suddenly, someone threw a massive spear that struck the monster directly in the head. The guards were baffled by what they saw. It was the hero's student. She knew how to shoot a bow. "No wonder the young knight bought a crossbow recently," the warrior said. But this just made the animal even angrier. "Ha! We were lucky to be able to lure it here," the collector said. "Qin Feng, you're finally going to die," the prince's relative said. Meanwhile, the bull had already reached the maid. Aiming, she screamed. "Die, if you beast," but the arrow bounced off its horn. "Girl, get out of there. Don't get involved," the guard shouted. Then he armed himself with a sword. "I have to help the young master," she screamed. "Even if it meant dying in this battle." The blade shattered against the monster's horn. Shards flew right at her, cutting deep. The bull was already closing in. "Qin Feng is right there. Go on. Kill him," the prince's family member ordered. The monster's horn nearly pierced the maid's face, but someone managed to save her with a green necklace. It was the hero. Seeing him, the warriors cheered in relief. "Anyone who tries to take the lives of my companions deserves death," the young man declared, landing with her on the nearest rooftop. "Now?" he asked me. To trust him. The girl wasn't sure of her master's strength and tried to talk him out of it. "Don't worry. That thing dared to cause trouble in my domain. I won't let that slide," Feng declared. "Ha! He doesn't even have enough guards. How does he plan to handle this alone?" the collector wondered. Then, the hero dove straight down toward the enemy. The beast caught the master by surprise. The guards screamed in terror. Qin Feng, the prince's relative, wished. "Why are you panicking? Is its hide that tough?" the hero asked. "Then I'll just blow it up," said Feng. Moonlight martial arts. The hero drove his dagger into the monster, dealing heavy damage. The collector wondered how this was even possible. The warriors were baffled. He should only be able to use martial arts of that level with pills. The rescued girl was also shocked by her master's power. With the help of divine providence, he broke the barrier and reached the 7th level of the Ki and Blood stage. In his past life, he was familiar with the best martial arts skills, but couldn't use them. But now, everything is different. "I will finally master them completely," said the boy. After speaking, he landed many more blows on the enemy. It was simply an incredible technique. The bull wasn't giving up, though. It was plotting something. "Fighting a monster at close range is a death sentence," shouted a guard. The bull launched a powerful leap right at the hero. "Young master," the alchemist's apprentice screamed. The earth shook from the attack. "He's finally dead," shouted the prince's relative. "It died," clarified the very much alive hero. Thanks to the moonlight martial arts, his evasion skills had also increased. Plus, the technique allowed him to find the enemy's weak points. After his show of bravado, the guy landed a crushing blow on the monster's head. "Dead," the hero's army shouted. "Are you kidding me? How did he do that?" the bastards wondered. "How did our master pull this off?" the warriors shouted. You are at the very top. The student admired him. Do you still think I lack the skills to teach you? The young man asked the guard. Now is the last chance to sign up for his personal team. The crowd shouted in unison that they wanted to join. Calm down. I still have business to attend to. First, we need to take the bull to the warehouse. The guy said. But why did it run over there? Feng wondered. That's right. A boiling blood pill. Someone fed this bull with them. Then, the boy used his divine sense. A relative started blaming everything on the collector, the one who lost his job. On the other hand, started blaming the arrogant man for buying a bad pill. While they argued, they were thrown off the cliff and ended up lying on the hard ground, unconscious. Thanks for the bull. You bastards, said the young man. A few days later, all the guards joined the party back home, under my supervision. You will only grow stronger, the young man declared. In a critical moment for our family, he continued, and Juan performed the best. So he received the best iron oxhide armor. So, if anyone else proves their worth, they will also be generously rewarded. Also, every guard watching the medicinal garden will receive a tempering pill. The hero added. The goal of all this is to clear the misty forest. Remember, I, Qin Feng, reward my subordinates properly. He finished. The scene shifts to a tavern in Yuning City. Rumors about the squad that will clear the misty forest had already reached there. They started placing bets on how many people would return alive. Everyone shouted in unison that no one would survive. No. Today, only our family is betting on this, shouted a stranger. Does anyone dare to contradict us? He asked. It was a member of the prince's family. I'm not joking, he added. You're blatantly taking our money, the people shouted. The boiling blood pill was too expensive. So he took this measure to ensure his victory. He organized a secret attack deep in the forest. Half a month later, the squad set out. The selection process took just as long. 12 guards of the Qi stage proved their skills and were recognized as elites. Each armed with a full set of throwing knives and crossbows. The expedition will be difficult, declared the hero. But he believed in every single one of his men. They had to work hard to get results. The first danger was the poisonous miasma. The pills the young man gave them allowed them to resist it. The second danger was poisonous insects and animals. So they had to split into 3 groups, each made up of 4 people. The hero would lead the main one. If everyone followed the set rules, they would all survive. At that moment, the guards were gossiping about how the gentleman knew so much about this place. So, they decided to advance a bit on their own to help the master. Let's get a little closer and grab the loot, they whispered. But danger was already waiting for them. The chatter was about the giant red centipede. The guard noticed it too late, opening its massive maw. It lunged at the warrior. Feng, hearing this, shouted to ask what was wrong. Run, it's a steel centipede, screamed the guard. He flew out of there like a bullet. Why panic? Just shoot it, suggested another warrior. The advisor started bragging that he had been there before the master. While he was showing off, other insects started appearing beneath their feet. Idiots! Look around you, shouted the hero. Centipede corpses attract others. Killing one draws in hundreds of its kind. Hold the line, ordered the hero. Fear took hold of the trained warriors. The red creatures got very close to one of them. You said you were here before. So why are you standing there like a statue? Is it over? The soldier asked himself. It's all over. I don't want to die here, repeated the guy who tricked everyone. We're definitely done for, someone else from the team screamed. There were too many red centipedes, you idiots. Get behind me, the hero shouted. Then, using his power, he repelled the monster attack. He pulled it off thanks to the moonlight martial art. They keep coming and coming, cried the weeping warrior. But then an alchemist appeared, ready to help them too. One of the red monsters managed to inflict damage on the young man. The warrior was baffled by what he saw and felt ashamed of his weakness. The young master covered them with his own body. Suddenly, A girl armed with a crossbow intervened in the fight. "Don't you even think about getting close," Feng shouted. "You can't handle it," he added. Then he armed himself with a dagger and started killing every red creature that came near him. But one of these creatures attacked him from behind. Despite the hellish pain he felt, he continued fighting. One of the monsters, seizing the moment, rushed to attack. "Young master!" From behind, the apprentice alchemist shouted, thanks to his help. The hero turned around in time and attacked. The boy's hatred towards these creatures was immense. To somehow get rid of the pain, he screamed, seeing the young knight and how he managed alone. The maiden started to cry. He managed to do this, dealing with all the red monsters, all by himself. The warriors fell to their knees, glad to still be alive. "Mother, your son is still alive," one of them said. Then the hero grabbed him and started scolding him. "I told you the rules. Why didn't you listen to me?" the young man shouted. "Your reckless actions almost caused the death of the whole team," he added. "Me?" said the soldier, crying. But Feng was injured, so he couldn't scold anyone for long. The young master spoke to his familiar, Sanu, and the rest of the soldiers ran over and started apologizing. The hero reported that he was fine. He just needed to take some pills for the poison. His vitality had weakened severely. But he couldn't die now. So it seemed it was time to end the expedition. "Young master, you shouldn't punish us," said the warriors. Those who endangered their companions left the team voluntarily. The four of them apologized as they said goodbye and announced they would earn a living on their own. "Where are you going?" the hero asked them, throwing a bag of medicine to one of them. "I know you decided to join because your parents are sick and need money for treatment. If you leave now, you'll put them in danger," said the hero. The warriors received restorative pills, then releasing themselves from the student's hug. He said that even heroes make mistakes, but if they are willing to change, success won't take long to arrive. The fighters were baffled because, given their position, the master had given them a second chance. Then they set off in search of a place where they could camp and rest. The guys had already spent 3 days in that place. The elixir the hero took was weak. The poison hadn't completely left his body yet. Until the detoxification is complete, he won't be able to fight. "Help, poisonous insects are approaching. They're coming from the path." "What's wrong?" asked the young man who ran out of the cave. Their camp was surrounded by a large number of spiders. There were so many that they couldn't cope with the whole situation. Feng's team didn't have the necessary combat experience, and although he hadn't fully recovered, he needed to protect his fighters. "Everyone, take defensive formation," shouted one of the warriors. They had to defend the entrance to the cave with their lives, not allowing the spiders to reach the young master. The guards obeyed the one who took responsibility. Feng was baffled by what he saw and heard. He didn't understand how they knew how to use the pills that repel creatures. "Everyone back. Clear the center," shouted the crossbowman. They were going to catch the spiders. "No," shouted the hero. "Spiders can't jump, but they weave webs very well." "What are you talking about?" "Sir," clarified the one who organized all this. "They lured the creatures to the pit precisely so they could shoot webs. Spider silk is an excellent material for extinguishing forest fires. If they throw webs, that's no reason to make a bonfire." Feng was very surprised. They actually knew everything he had taught them before the expedition. But suddenly the Spider Queen appeared. Her skin was so strong that fire couldn't damage it. "Young master, we know," said the crossbowman. "If we manage to kill the little ones, we'll take care of the bigger specimen. You taught us that even when a warrior is in a desperate situation, he has no right to run away. Even if the enemy is stronger," the warriors shouted in chorus. "It is necessary to take a decision, immediately fight to the death. So, full speed ahead." The warriors attacked the monster immediately. During all this time, the warriors had been recovering at the camp, and at the same time analyzing all the information they received from the Lord. "As long as you trust us, "We're willing to give our lives for you," said the leader of the warriors. "Don't carry this burden alone. We want you to be able to hide behind our backs." He added, "I underestimated you," said Feng. Since the warriors were progressing quickly, it was necessary to collect as many herbs as possible. A day later, a member of the prince's family arrived at the safe zone outside the misty forest to make sure the hero and his men were dead. The poor people prayed for the boys to survive. If they lost, their city would be completely impoverished. Eunuch Ye was completely sure that the hero's army had been defeated. "Yi Feng, please die in this forest and let me make a fortune," he thought. "Look over there," someone in the crowd said. "If they come out, it'll be clear that someone from the squad died, so they won't have to spend money. But it's just a pigeon. It's all over. The people are upset." "Ha," laughed the eunuch, getting down from his carriage. Then, his people started scaring the common folk into paying. "I don't care about your families. I represent the royal family," insisted someone behind that bastard's back, saying he had sent the bird specifically to find out why so many people had gathered there. It was Feng. He thought the whole city had united to block his exit from the forest. "Did you really think I was going to die in there?" "You idiot," asked the alchemist. Not only him, but his entire team came back safe and sound. They brought back a huge catch. 2. "Excellent. This is a victory," the happy crowd shouted. "Count your lucky stars. We're leaving," the eunuch said. But the hero wasn't about to let him go. "You lost the bet to the locals," the hero said. "I'm a member of the royal family and I'm not giving them a damn thing," the bastard shouted. "Then I'll put up posters about this all over the place. And if your people find out, you're dead meat." Feng snapped. "It'll be interesting to see what they do to you," he added. Meanwhile, 15 minutes had already passed. The eunuch had to cough up everything he had to pay the debt. "Supplies are tight around here. If you hand over your underwear, that should settle it," the hero said. "I did what Feng said and ran away in disgrace." The townspeople thanked the hero for his kindness. "I only did it for my own benefit. In the future, I plan to head into the forest more often. I'm counting on your help," the young man said. "Of course. We'll do whatever we can to serve you," they replied. 3 days later, the eunuch was sitting with his men on the street, warming themselves by a fire. Someone was watching them. Figuring that if Feng made it out of the forest in one piece, he must have a mysterious alchemist backing him. The eunuch noticed the stranger. It was the royal alchemist Wen, sent here by Xuan, straight from the capital. The young master was handed the 1,000-pound hammer he had ordered. "Awesome. It's time to test this thing out," Feng said, and with difficulty, he managed to lift it. The hero's back could have snapped under such weight. "If it's too heavy for you, we can ask to have it remade," Sangqi chimed in. "No. It suits me just fine," the alchemist said. "We'd better get ready for the second trip," he added. A day later, the guys arrived at the swamp. It was home to huge mud crabs that were worth a fortune. The young man's divine intuition told him that trouble was heading their way. Then he left his crew, saying he needed to check something out. Leaping through the trees, he managed to spot the strangers. It was Yuan and his men. He assured the eunuch that this forest would become the young master's grave. "Did he hire an alchemist to kill me?" the hero wondered. "The royal cavalry is stronger than his warriors. They won't be able to escape now." One of the eunuch's men reported that the tracks were getting fresher and clearer. "What are we waiting for then?" "After them quickly," the bastard shouted. The whole cavalry started to charge. Suddenly, something spooked the eunuch. He and his men didn't notice the swamp and rode straight into the terrible muck. The bastard wondered how the hell this could have happened. Feng's massive hammer flew toward one of the fighters. "Qin Feng, what are you doing here?" the bastard screamed. "Can't you just leave me alone? I figured out a long time ago that you'd come after us. So I ordered my team to leave a false trail and hide somewhere safe," the hero said. Then, he attacked another bastard. then a second, a third, and so on, until he had wiped out the eunuch's entire army. "Now it's your turn," the hero shouted. But his hammer was suddenly blocked by the royal alchemist. "Feng, this man represents my family," he stated. "You're just a lowly alchemist." The young man wondered. "Who says?" the old man said, fading into thin air. A split second later, he appeared right in front of the hero and punched him in the gut. Feng wondered how he managed to teleport so fast. Is that really his raw speed? The young man wondered. "Huh. Look at me," the old man snapped. "I am Yuan, the master alchemist of the royal family," he added, throwing off his cape. "I see. He's a tempering stage martial artist," Feng said. "I've heard rumors that you're an alchemist's apprentice, and that it's driven you mad enough to do whatever you please. I'll put you out of your misery," the old man continued. The hero hadn't realized his opponent was hiding his true strength. The old man launched an attack, asking if the young man relied on brute strength alone. Once he was behind him, he added that he used speed. He started pummeling the young master repeatedly. "How did you think you could fight me with just brute force?" Yuan mocked. A member of the prince's family was hiding in the bushes, hurling insults at the young man too. "If you rely on speed, then how were you able to block my hammer blow?" the hero asked. "Compared to you lot, we lack upper body strength, but our legs are powerful," the old man said, realizing which part of his body was being targeted. Feng shifted into a defensive stance. The kick sent the young man flying backward, but he managed to survive it. "You're holding your own pretty well against me," the old alchemist snapped. "Don't underestimate me. I'm the man who took down the Iron Bull all by myself," the young man said. "Is that so?" the old man said, popping a blue pill. "Thanks to that pill, the bastard was able to create clones of himself." He also announced that his speed had doubled. "Huh, you're helpless now," Feng the eunuch mocked. Both clones appeared right in the hero's face. But he didn't panic or dodge. Instead, he shifted his stance and landed a critical hit. "How is this possible?" the old man wondered. The eunuch was also baffled by what had happened to his kinsman. "How did you do that?" "My speed increased several times over," the old man cursed. The young man used the hammer only because he had recently learned an agility technique. This was the movement technique of the great god from his past life. Once mastered, the user can travel thousands of miles in an instant. But while fighting this alchemist, the young man accidentally unlocked a new technique. It turns out he had been training wrong before, constantly relying on his lower back and brute force. Now, everything was clear. He could finally use the ghost dance in battle. After popping a red pill, he called the old man's concoction absolute trash. "Now I'll show you what a million-year-old alchemist's pill looks like," the hero shouted. 3 afterimages confused the members of the prince's family. The hero used the moonlight martial arts devilish strike and landed a devastating blow on the old bastard. "The master is dead," the eunuch said shakily. "Now it's your turn," the young man said. Staring at the other member of the prince's family, he immediately fell to his knees and started making excuses. All right, I get it. You're innocent," Feng said, "but you'd better save that story for the Lord of the Dead," he added. "The only thing left to do was drown those 2 bastards in the swamp. Now no one's gonna mess with my trips to the forest," the hero said. A few days later, news of the eunuch and the others' disappearance reached the capital. The royal family was furious and sent new people to find the killer. As soon as they found him, the culprit and his entire bloodline would be executed. The royal commissioner said that if Feng told the truth, the punishment would be lenient. "My lord, what are you talking about?" the hero asked. He added that every trip into the forest terrified him and his team. "And how could anyone die in that state? When we first arrived, we were immediately attacked by centipedes. And Sanquyu joined in too." Feng's army started acting just like the poor guy, claiming they almost died there too. The hero's student reported that a swarm of spiders nearly killed them. So it definitely wasn't them who destroyed 2 members of the royal family. My lord, if you don't believe us, I've still got bite marks from a centipede on my ass, the young man shouted. Looking at them, the commissioner couldn't understand how these morons could have killed the elder and the eunuch. In the end, the young man and his men were pardoned. It was time to admit it. You've all grown a lot lately, he told his team. Whoever manages to break through successfully will get a reward of 20 gold coins, as well as a body-tempering pill. This pill was something quite rare and valuable, but he didn't spare any expense for his people. Now, the young man could finally start refining the tiger bone and bear tendon to prepare the pill. Even though they're third-rate ingredients, it's possible to make a pill with them. By the time Xuan and the prince found out what kind of pills the young man could make, it would be too late. Then, he put the soul-returning herb into the furnace and awakened the Iron Bull's soul. Suddenly, the cauldron's lid flew into the air. The Iron Bull's spirit was still active. The stronger the residual soul energy, the higher the purity of the refined pill. Ha! Now your whole body is under my control. The hero sneered. Do you really think you can escape? The young man asked. Then he used the soul capture technique. The Iron Bull's spirit began to be gradually absorbed into the tank. Processing mode has started, the boy said. In a moment, the pill was created. Excellent. The Iron Bull's soul has been preserved intact, and the refined tiger bone pill has been successfully formed. Feng said, warriors absorb the souls of ferocious beasts, which brings great benefits to cultivation. With the help of the God transformation technique, it not only washes the bone marrow, but also tempers the divine consciousness. But the pain it brings is capable of destroying the consciousness of those who are weak of spirit. Only warriors in the tempering stage could use such a pill. For those in the Kai and blood stage, taking it would be extremely risky. As soon as it enters the body, the meridians begin to suffer serious damage. Fortunately, the hero had knowledge that reduced the harm. I must endure this suffering, he shouted. The entire place where the hero lived was enveloped in a bright light. Thus, the hero reached the 8th level of the Qi and blood stage. But it turns out he didn't swallow the whole pill. He needed to break through further. Then the estate lit up with an even brighter light. After this process, the hero exhaled. It worked, he exclaimed. Thanks to this pill, the alchemist was able to reach the 9th level. This level felt very different from what it was a million years ago. All due to the corrupt cultivation foundation. The force of his punch was now 750 kilograms. His student appeared and asked if he had perfected his pill. Then, the guy quickly covered his mouth. No one was supposed to know about his success in alchemy. Otherwise, he'd be executed. If the main branch finds out about your success, they'll transfer you to the capital. What's wrong with that? He clarified. If I go back there, you won't be able to stay with me, the hero said. In fact, he wanted Hannah Chenin to stay by his side and help him with alchemy. Xuan and the 3rd prince are planning to hold an engagement banquet. In his past life, his ex-wife made him miserable. So the young man swore to take revenge on her. The scene shifts to a medicinal garden. The hero's father was happy that he had recently achieved success. Maybe after the engagement, Xuan and the 3rd prince will forget about you, he added. If you target them, then you and I will be sent to the barren lands. The old man wouldn't calm down. The young man understood what his father meant. He wanted Feng to live a good and peaceful life. Father, my great-grandmother will be turning 90 soon, so I plan to visit her in the capital, the hero said. Therefore, he needed his father's permission. I'm afraid if you go there, you'll become a target for the 3rd prince, and you must avoid that, the old man replied. Father, I am a warrior, and I can defend myself, the alchemist declared. These words made the father feel proud of his son. Besides, the young man added, I'm not a weakling anymore. He snapped. The father could barely repel his son's attack. You've completely restored your cultivation foundation, the old man clarified. And not only that, The boy had also grown in self-improvement. He also helped 5 warriors from the medicinal garden reach the 9th level of the Qi and Blood stage. The weakest guard was at level 5. And they all had combat experience. The father was bewildered by the information he heard. You exchanged all the Tianlu fruits for cultivation pills. His father was perplexed. What are you talking about? Look, the son said. He had already delivered the required amount to the main clan a long time ago. So they still had plenty left. Even if we sell the rest, we'll get no less than 100,000 gold for it all. The old man didn't understand how he had managed to exceed the amount several times over after paying the tribute. He felt like he was in a dream. Anyway, if you're going to the capital, I won't stop you, the father said. If anything happens, stay calm, he added. All right, I'll follow your advice, Feng said. There was still a month left before the engagement. Before the hero left, Qin Wanli would train the home team. Zhao Chen was taught the pill preparation technique before leaving to replenish the hunter's supplies. Half a month later, Feng and San went on their journey under the pretense of visiting his great-grandmother. But in reality, they wanted to take revenge on Lin Xuan. After 6 days, they finally reached a rest stop set up by the main clan. Finally, I can get some rest, Feng hid. Yes. According to the main clan's description, the inn should be really comfy, Sanku said. They arrived at the demon-killing city. The sheer size of the inn was jaw-dropping. Legend has it that 100 years ago, this city encountered a powerful demon, and it took 1,000 warriors to destroy it. After that, this place was filled with gloom. Many believed this energy came from the dead, so they abandoned the place. Thanks to his knowledge from past lives, Feng understood that the dense yin energy wasn't what killed people, but a sign that the slain demon would soon resurrect. However, he was helpless, as nobody believed the monster could come back to life. This is the ancestral hall for our kin who died in battle, the boy suggested. Sanku wondered how an outpost could be built here. What? Are you scared of our ancestors? Feng teased. Could ghosts really appear here in broad daylight? Sanku asked, trembling, just as a bony hand grabbed his leg. In an instant, he was hoisted into the air. The hero screamed his friend's name. His strength wasn't enough to cut through the bone. Young master, save me, Sanku shrieked. Someone started approaching the house where the boys were. How dare you rats trespass in our ancestral hall? They demanded. You got a death wish? Asked the figures wearing monstrous masks. Aren't you guys members of our family? The young man asked calmly. Then one of the ghosts asked if the boys belonged to their clan. The answer was yes. The people we hate the most are our own kin. The ghost spat. The boys were baffled by what they heard. To compensate for the damage caused to the Yi family, the Qin clan had kicked them out and sacrificed them. The hero's cowardly family forced them to survive in a city where a demon was being killed, and now, a member of that very family had walked right into their lair. The young man wondered if these outcasts were the group that had been banished. He remembered that this group of outcasts eventually formed a force and carried out repeated acts of revenge against the main Qin family. Since you're a member of that family, do you dare to duel? The ghost challenged. They wanted to prove the traitors weren't just a bunch of weaklings. If I win? If you let my people go? The young man asked. The answer was yes. Don't worry, Sanku, I can take them, the hero said. Since you look so pale and scrawny, I'll let you attack first. Feng snapped sarcastically. They were taken aback by the boy's audacity, and everyone laughed in unison at his overconfidence. Sanku was indignant, thinking the hero was talking nonsense. In that split second, a huge fist appeared right in front of the hero's face. He didn't have time to do anything. A powerful blow sent the young man flying backward. Ha! The people of your clan really are weak, the boss scoffed. He's mastered the quadruple body purification. That's divine power, young master. Are you okay? The hero's friend wouldn't calm down. Just the body hardening realm. Feng started. I can still take it. he added. Not bad. Kid, you can still laugh, the fighter said. I hope you're just as cheerful after the battle. The hero managed to dodge the next rapid attack. Then he charged his right hand with blue energy and struck the huge fighter. Stones charged with energy crashed to the ground. Ha! I thought you might actually hurt me. The fighter laughed. He attacked the guy again. But he dodged once more, making a haughty face. Feng said, seriously, and launched charged stones at the enemy again. You're like a cowardly clown. As expected, your family is full of weaklings. The fighter chuckled. Hey heh. Didn't you just say, my stones didn't make you feel anything? Feng blurted out, holding a stone in his hand. Well, they should be kicking in by now. A sharp pain shot through the giant's body. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt numbness and weakness all over. How is this possible? This guy is still in the chi blood stage. The leader couldn't believe it. Then, the young man suggested the warrior just give up. I'd rather die, the giant roared, waiting for an opening. He tried to strike. Your energy isn't enough to hit me anymore, Feng declared. But he managed it. He managed to attack the boy. Feel this blow. You arrogant bastard, he yelled. Suddenly, the bone grabbed Feng's leg. So I didn't hit him. The fighter realized. The hero claimed he never used unfair tricks for the sake of victory. He's an alchemist. Do you really think, my son, that he's fighting fair with you? The leader shouted. The guy is secretly draining your cultivation, he added. Did you really poison him during the fight? The warrior asked. Yeah. Come on. I haven't given up yet. The hero snapped. Think you can beat me just by touching my legs? The young man asked. Bastard. This is a duel between two men. And you dare resort to such vile tactics, the fighter screamed. Seems the inner clan is full of people like you, he added. A treacherous and insidious mistake. Feng jumped off the giant's fist without any difficulty. I just said Qin Fan Yang has innate divine power, the young man said. Then he grabbed the big guy by the fist, threw him over his shoulder, and said, that strength alone wasn't enough. He finished the bastard off with a kick. The impact was so strong the ground cracked. The fighter screamed from the pain. My iron claws are broken, the leader gasped. Young master, you're amazing, Sanku blurted out. But the fighter was still alive and started slowly getting up. The hero asked if he gave up, since he couldn't fight anymore anyway. Or Feng would have to block his cultivation. Go ahead. Do it. I still won't surrender to your clan, the defeated man said. Okay? The hero said mockingly. Then I admit defeat. He snapped. Everyone was stunned by his words. The warrior didn't like this at all, as he didn't want to win that way and believed the young man was shaming his family name. It's just a fight between you and me. What's the problem? The hero asked. Anyway, if one side admits defeat, then it's all over. I just have to go and save my people, he added. The warrior's brothers helped him stand up. Wait. What's going on? The giant didn't understand. He felt absolutely zero pain in his body. Then, I turned my attention back to the stones. No, he didn't use them to hold back his growth. Quite the opposite, he used them to heal his inner trauma. Because of those internal injuries, his power was all out of whack. He even taught that giant how to use it during the battle. You bastard. You never even saw me as a worthy opponent? From the very start, the warrior screamed. We're all members of the same family, the hero began. Then, stepping closer to his opponent, he asked, in that case, should we really be fighting each other to the death? Then, approaching the memorial bowl and kneeling before it, he turned his thoughts to his ancestors. He declared that he had sworn the younger generation would do everything in their power to right the wrongs done to their exiled ancestors. One day, they'll rewrite the Qin family history and restore their ancestors' honor. What they heard absolutely shocked everyone. The fighter remembered his father's words, how he'd turned him against the Qin family since he was a kid. Who are these disgusting strangers? Get out of my sight. That's what the man from the hero's family had shouted. And as he spoke, the young fighter was beaten with a stick. If we see you again, we'll kill you. That's what they told him. Back then, those people didn't even see them as human. But now, things were different. A member of the Qin family was standing right in front of him. After that, the fighter admitted defeat. He told the young man he was free to go wherever he pleased. But the father's face, it twisted after hearing his son's words. Feng thanked his opponent for everything. But then whack, the chief struck his own son across the back with a staff. How dare you surrender? Kill that brat for me, he screamed. Calm down. The duel is over, the fighter snapped. You can't let him go. Have you forgotten what they did to us? But the chief wouldn't calm down. The big brother's inner trauma came from being beaten like that in the past. Suddenly, the hero intercepted the staff. You old fool? Who gave you the right to interfere? The young man asked. I'm sure you want to keep going. Qin Dahim sent me here. Feng added. The chief had no idea who he was talking about. You're clearly a clan member pretending to be an outsider, the hero declared. And, if I'm not mistaken, this city wasn't organized by the main clan for our sake, the alchemist added. Only then did the young man realize the rope was made of black gold, something only the royal family possessed. Are you spouting nonsense? The masked elder shouted. If you still want to argue, do you dare face the Qin family and me? You, the young man asked. You, the leader gasped in fear. Well, I didn't expect someone in your family to have such sharp eyes, the old man said. Peeling off his mask, it was their family secretary, Qin Dajhai. He announced that he was defecting to the Yi family. He spent so many years earning their trust. The Yi family gave him a chance. On one condition, eliminate Feng and present him as a gift at the banquet. I didn't expect the dog to be this treacherous, the hero said. Foster father. Have you been faking it all these years? The fighter stammered, looking completely lost. We are all just servants of the Yi family, the old man shouted. Anyone willing to follow me? Kill that boy, he ordered. Some were for the ex-chief, others against him. But most of them still wanted to join the Yi family. So, they rushed at the young man to kill him. Some people are ungrateful. But there were also those willing to sacrifice themselves for justice. Don't worry, Sanu, the hero said. After all, the lion had just woken up. The face of Feng's former opponent was twisted with pure hatred toward the leader and his men. He let out a terrifying roar. You all know the truth, but you're still willing to be the dogs of some outsider, he screamed. You don't deserve to be members of the Qin family. The giant wouldn't calm down. Sankyu couldn't understand why the big guy was helping them. Then the ex-leader stepped in, trying to win the lion over to his side, but instead, he took a fist to the face. Don't you dare call me a dog, the fighter raged. I am a member of the Qin family, he added. The blood of his victims ran down his body. He would kneel to no one. The hero, thinking about the outsiders, remembered that among them was a man named Qin Fengyang. He had extraordinary talent and strength, so he was worth pulling to their side. He used his power to locate that person. Then, the fighter turned toward the boys. Sanku was terrified when he saw him. Because of you guys. I need to eat now, he grumbled. From now on, I'm stuck with you. Following Feng, the giant added. At least I'll get to eat something. No problem, big guy, the alchemist said. Stick with us, and you can eat 9 times a day. Deal? Said the giant. And the boys shook hands. Better to starve with you than be someone's dog, the fighter said. Suddenly, horses came galloping toward them. They're all inside. Surround them, the stranger ordered. Feng didn't understand what was happening. 100 warriors surrounded them. These were the Yi family troops. Long time no see. We're just doing a routine investigation, the bastard said. He was an old friend of Lan. I see. Qin Dajai. You must be the one pulling the strings. The young man said. So? What are you gonna do? The guy had some influence in Shadow Cloud City. But he went to the capital instead. My strength isn't what it used to be. Lan snapped. The hero's former rival realized he couldn't handle so many enemies. Attack that bastard, Lan ordered. If I die today, I'll die with honor, the giant roared. Come on, our family would rather die in battle than live in mediocrity, the hero shouted. I'll do everything in my power. The alchemist's ex-rival added. I don't have to be afraid anymore. Sankyu told himself. As members of the Qin family, we'd rather die fighting, the three of them exclaimed. Suddenly, old hands started clapping. A good man prefers fighting to the death over just surviving. The old man said. Lan had no idea who this crazy drunk was. The guards tried to shoo him away. But he attacked the warrior without breaking a sweat. The hit was so hard. The warrior flew straight into his leader. Lan was knocked to the ground. Protect me from him, kill him, he screamed. So, his entire squad aimed their weapons at the old man. They tried to surround him. But he handled them easily with one hand. The Qin clan trio was left speechless. How could an old man send all those soldiers flying with a single hit? The Qin family would rather die than obey. He said. I've been idle for too long. He hadn't been calm. But not today. After that, the old man used his cane. Let's go back to the wild days of youth, he added. What the hero saw surprised him. The old man was holding a battle flag in his hand. Countless warriors began to gather. They armed themselves with spears and shields. The army was ready in no time at all. Lan was shocked that the Qin family army had been summoned. The standard banner could be used by any family member. But the battle flag was only for those who had achieved great feats. The flag bearer can give the order to start a war at any moment. Only a few family members had one. So, who is this old guy? The hero wondered. We are at your command. Grandmaster, the warrior said, dropping to his knees. The rest of the soldiers followed his lead. And welcome back to the family, he added. At first, the hero and his partner didn't believe the master was right in front of them. Even though body experts are strong, the scales tip when facing a grandmaster. Yu Lao is the greatest power of the legendary Qin family, and is at the 6th level of grandmaster. But he vanished over 30 years ago and never reappeared. The old man began to speak. He remembered when the family started to decline. Back then, there was constant fighting between the clans. Then the Yi family bullied him. And tired of it, he led his squad to counterattack. They were the ones who caused trouble first. But everyone was afraid of them. Or rather, afraid of the royal family. That became the reason his team was condemned. Seeing such a weak and shameful concession, the old man thought the Qin family was hopeless. But today, the warrior saw hope in the hero. Then he pointed his finger at Feng. He saw resilience and energy in him. The old man raised the flag not to start a war, but to remind everyone that he was alive. Something the younger generation must remember is that the Qin family must stand united instead of pleasing strangers and killing each other. I was once disappointed with the leadership of the family. But now that this young man is here, the future of the family is secure. Maybe I'll leave the right to lead us to you. The old man told the hero. The flag bearer has changed. Qin army forces await new orders from him, declared the legendary warrior. Thousands of soldiers waited for new commands. They would only act on the new flag bearer's orders. They kept chanting their war cry. Lan, watching all this, thought Feng was going to chop him into pieces. The hero's old rival congratulated him on his new title. Looking at the army, the alchemist wondered if he was worthy of it. Then the old man asked how the young man treated those who wanted to harm him. He replied that using a battle flag to fight a pile of trash was overkill. Then, Lan started thanking him for sparing him. The hero didn't want to kill his enemy. He just wanted to avoid a war over this nonsense. But that didn't mean Lan couldn't be tortured. The scene shifts to the third prince's mansion. His name was Jan, and he decided to investigate the history of the Qin family battle flag. He asked his protege to find out what was going on. Lin Xuan appeared and asked the prince not to get angry, adding that she hoped the flag wouldn't cause any inconvenience to anyone. Then, the prince grabbed her by the waist. He said that no matter the situation, the banquet must be held on a grand scale. The maiden said she didn't care about fame or fortune. As long as His Highness was near, that was enough. The prince's pupil arrived and reported that the Qin family army had arrived and managed to destroy the mansion. The army approached the prince and his people. "Scoundrels! The great Ji dynasty is under my family's control," he shouted. Feng said he came here to congratulate the third prince. The maiden, seeing the hero, couldn't understand how he had ended up alive. The prince replied that he hadn't invited Feng to the engagement banquet. "Don't be in such a rush. I didn't come empty-handed," the young man said, tossing them a gift they couldn't refuse. The twisted lawn confused them greatly. Third prince. "This man is threatening people by doing indecent things in the city," the hero said. "If you don't let me attend the banquet, I'll have to send him back." The alchemist snapped. Then Feng spun a story about how land deprived a pig of its chastity, which made the common people wary. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" His sister defended him and lashed out in a fit of hate. She was the one who sent her brother to kill the hero. The maiden realized the mistake she had made and fell down. Then she whispered in the prince's ear to let the hero attend the banquet. So the young man thanked them. The prince was furious because Feng had brought someone else with him. San clarified what they would do next. "Miss Lin is the center of attention today," the hero said. So it was necessary to impress her. Unforgettable memories of the engagement banquet. The celebration began. The prince had to give a speech. "So, gentlemen, allow me to introduce the woman I love more than anything in the world," he said. "She is ready to become the woman who will support me no matter what." She was completely embarrassed after hearing this. The people were moved to tears by his performance. Sanu was furious at all this hypocrisy. The hero told him not to get angry because he'd lose his cool. Instead of arguing, "You can fight. I've known this girl since we were kids. Allow me to offer my warmest congratulations." Feng said, "You don't have to say that." She snapped. "It's fine. Let him speak." The prince intervened. "Her kindness and simplicity go far beyond your imagination," the young man said. "When the Lin family was weak and broken, Xuan grew up with the Qin family. It was Feng and his father who raised and supported her. And the girl even signed a marriage contract with him to settle the debt." Hearing this, the people immediately started whispering. But back then, Xuan was so beautiful that the third prince fell in love with her. "The maiden didn't want to cause me any trouble," the hero continued. As he and Sanu began to act out a scene, the giant faked killing a member of the Qin family. Then Xuan sealed her ex-partner's martial arts, breaking off their engagement. And she dumped Feng. He's just the guy who helped her become who she is now. That ungrateful woman stepped out from the crowd. What the girl heard offended her greatly. The hero had started turning everyone against her. "It's all a lie. She isn't that kind of person," shouted the third prince. "You say I don't know her. But there is one thing I know for sure," said Feng. As he spoke, he tossed a plate at the prince, who managed to catch it. "You'll pay the price for using that," shouted the hero. The prince's expression darkened. "Arrest him," screamed a member of the royal family. Many guards charged toward the Qin family table. This whole situation only made the hero even more pumped up. Then he pulled out the battle banner and struck a victory pose while sitting in a chair. "That makes sense, right?" asked Feng. The warriors' faces went pale when they saw something so legendary. They scrambled to kneel on the floor in front of the alchemist. "Is that the Qin family battle banner?" people whispered. The prince wondered how it got there. A warrior from the prince's army approached and told him that Feng was the new standard bearer. The royal couldn't believe it. The warrior also added that one of the Qin family masters was sitting next to the boy. "That senile old fool," thought the prince. "You mean he brought the family head with him?" thought the third prince. The old man asked the arrogant brat what he had just ordered. He reached for the cup. He said he'd like to offer them a drink. The guard continued whispering something to the prince. But he was no longer interested. Who would dare touch them or reject them now, I mean? Today, my family was supposed to become famous in the capital. But thanks to Feng, I'll just become a laughingstock. The girl reasoned to herself. She was furious and ready to do anything to destroy the hero. Young master, you're really good at ticking people off, observed Sanqua. While they walked and joked, some warriors appeared, and one of them pointed a finger at the young man. He ran toward Feng and snatched the banner. Then he grabbed him by the shoulder, twisted the young man's arms, and pinned him to the ground. The hero's companions couldn't understand who dared to arrest him. An imposing man appeared. His name was Xin Shan. He was the head of the family. By order of the Council of Elders, they were here to return the banner and hand the war criminal over to the Qin family's law enforcement hall. Both the hero and his companions were stunned by what they heard. After a while, the young man was taken to the required location. He was accused of misusing the banner to bully people at the banquet. The judge asked if the young man admitted his guilt. The Ye family attacked me first in Demon City. I fought back. And since the war hasn't even started yet, how can you call me a war criminal, said Feng. You have a sharp tongue. Kid, don't think you'll get away with this. You should know that it won't be us judging you today. But Grandma, said the elder. The hero was shocked by what he heard. Grandma Lu is the most powerful person in the family. Anyone who crosses her will be eliminated, even if they are innocent. An unknown person shouted from the podium that he never thought he'd see Feng in such a situation. It was the guy who lost his job. The herb gatherer. He was the first to report the use of the banner to the tribunal. Grandma had already arrived. Qin Feng. Some people say you used the battle banner to go to the Ye family and cause trouble, she began. Also, the boy broke family laws and associated with outsiders who had been expelled a long time ago. Are you aware of your actions? Asked Luana. I admit it. I did it, shouted the young man. Then, the old woman began to step down toward him. She approached him and asked him to give her one reason not to punish him. Huh? The reason, said Feng. The Yi family has always underestimated us, and I've always hated the laws they passed to expel outsiders, declared the hero. Their laws are petty and despicable. So it's time for a change. What are you talking about? Shouted the judge. This is mutiny. So, those are your reasons, clarified the old woman. The alchemist's companions watched with anxiety to see what would happen next. Your name will be struck from the family registry, shouted the collector. Then the old woman shattered the boy's shackles and said, What else can we expect from my fearless grandson? The hero couldn't believe his ears. The hero's companions and haters were shocked by this verdict. Wait. Shouldn't he be kicked out? Exclaimed the collector. No. Our family needs someone like him to break unjust laws, shouted the grandmother. She chatted with Mr. Yu. She understood her grandson's way of thinking. He treats all people equally. And besides, the outsiders turned out to be good people. The judge was amazed, especially since the legendary elder had already put in a good word for the boy. The 5 Great Families tournament will be held soon, and the young man will participate in it. Not only was he not punished, but now he was being rewarded. The herbalist shouted that all the spots were taken and that it was illegal to send him there. Ah, yes. According to the rules, the seats are already taken. So, Feng will take Yulan's place. The ex-collector was shocked by what he heard. Grandma, why did you give him my place? He wondered. It's because you're a snitch, and I hate infighting, said the old woman. The Wasteland Mastery Tournament was a way to get stronger, and if he participated, he would achieve great success for the family. Grandma announced that she would create a new youth team and select a group of people with experience in land development. Then she turned her gaze toward the young man and said the boy would be their leader. Finally, our young master has received a prestigious position. Sank rejoiced. The level of leadership he reaches will depend on hard work. If the hero can become a leader, he will build excellent relationships and gain power. In the future, he will have a lot in common with the main family. It had been a long time since he had been away from them. So he was going to master some subjects that would be useful to him in the future. Although many techniques from his past life remained preserved in his memory, learning and mastering new ones wouldn't hurt. Blood Monster Blade. Turtle Breathing Technique. The first book teaches you how to fight ferocious monsters. The second one helps you block poison. Someone knocked on the door. It was an ex-collector. He wanted to fight the guy for taking his spot in the tournament. "You're not worthy of being my opponent," Feng said, and went back to reading. "So if you want to fight, go find a grandma," the young man said. "Ha, I think you're just scared," the collector snapped. "You should have checked the training I did for 3 years just to enter," he said. His muscles started bulging, and his clothes began to rip. "Fight me, you coward," the collector repeated. The young man looked at him, bewildered. Yulin was turning red with rage and hatred. "What power?" "I saw his technique again," someone from the crowd of his cronies shouted. "Come on, fight me like a man," the collector demanded. Rushing at the hero, he was going to prove that Grandma comment wrong. The big bully was going to destroy the guy with one move. But the hero easily punched him in the face. "You are so annoying. Don't bother me while I'm reading books," Feng said. "Brother Yulan, are you okay?" his people shouted. "Looking for books is stressful enough, so don't bug me anymore," the alchemist added. What a powerful punch, the herbalist's men thought. Then, they surrounded the guy. "Did you guys not understand me?" the young man asked. Yulin knew he'd raised his boys well and that they'd help him in tough times. "Brother Feng, you're our new big brother," they said. Yulan's face changed when he heard that. "How dare you betray me?" he asked them. "The position of big brother belongs to whoever is strongest," his former compatriots said. "If you're my little brothers, then help me find books on martial arts techniques," the hero said. "No problem. We'll help you," they said in unison. "Good. Now, I'll save a lot of time," the alchemist thought. Suddenly, they announced that the 5 great families were holding an auction. It was created to show off their power. But the Qin family had nothing to show. It's strange? Of course, they were less important than the others. But there were issues with the auction. That's why the younger generation feels disappointed. "Actually, we're hiding our true strength," Feng said. "And at this auction, you'll see what I mean." Then the hero went to the Qin territory. Although there weren't alchemists in his family before, they spared no expense in this area. They gave him his own room. Entering the ruined building, he couldn't figure out where the stove was. "Welcome." A voice came from beside him. A girl appeared before him. She gathered herbs there and was also in charge of helping create pills. He remembered that the Qin family assigned alchemy rooms based on the strength of the gatherers. It seemed he got the weakest one. Then the young man went deeper into the house. No, she clearly had experience based on how she categorized the herbs. But then why is she working in a dump like this? "What's your name?" the young man asked. "Call me Flower Girl." "Juachu," the maiden declared. That name sounded familiar. "Are you Elder Jua's granddaughter?" the boy asked. "Your grandfather was a hero who gathered herbs for our family. So how did you end up with a house like this?" Feng wondered. "So, you're the Qin Feng my grandfather told me about?" she said, and then burst into tears. Then she suggested walking over there, running into the house. The young man immediately asked her grandfather if he was okay. He was the best herbalist in the Qin family. Her grandfather was the one who introduced Feng to this trade. Seeing a familiar face, the old man asked why the boy had returned. "Grandpa, who hurt you?" the boy asked. It was Qin Yulan. He beat the grandfather after finding out the old man taught the boy this trade. He also used his brother's authority to make sure they were given the worst room for this. The old man asked his granddaughter not to cause trouble for Mr. Feng. "Damn it. This happened because of me," the hero thought. "No, Grandpa. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have achieved what I can do now," the alchemist said. Then he swore to avenge his master. The scene shifts to the Qin family's largest alchemy room. Yulan complained that Feng had beaten him and stolen his disciples. "Don't worry. I gave him the worst room," the collector's brother said. His name was Wan, and he promised to suppress Feng even more and force him to back off. Suddenly, someone kicked down the room's door. Yulan noticed it immediately. It was the hero with his new assistant. "I didn't expect you to come to me yourself," the bully said. But Feng didn't even listen. He just punched him immediately. He wanted to avenge her grandfather. Then he threw the bastard at his brother. "A real man doesn't fight defenseless people," Feng said. "What are you going to do?" the bastard's brother asked with a trembling voice. "We challenge you to a herb gathering contest. If the maiden wins, she and I take this room," the alchemist said. "And if the girl loses, I'll be at the disposal of Yulan's brother." They agreed on this. The alchemist's new apprentice didn't trust her own skills. How could he lure them into a trap if he wasn't the bait himself? It's time to compete. They had to go to a barren mountain for 2 hours, and whoever gathered the most herbs in that time would win. "There are 10 people on Yulan's team," his brother said. To this, the young man replied that Yuachu had studied under her grandfather and that he believed in her. "Let the competition begin," the brother shouted. And all the gatherers rushed to collect herbs. "Damn it, I'm late right from the start," the maiden thought. She wondered if she could make it. On her path, she immediately stumbled upon the renewal herb. It was a second-rank spiritual plant. But then a member of Yulan's team appeared and snatched the herb from her. "I found it first," he shouted. Huan yelled, looking at the girl. The hero was still sure of his victory. "How can a fool like her be stronger than dozens of people?" Yulan asked. "He thinks a girl can defeat my people," the brother chimed in. "What a foolish dreamer," he added. In the clearing she reached, everything had already been gathered by his henchmen. If there had been herbs to pick, they wouldn't have left a single scrap. "There's still half an incense stick left," the brother said mockingly. "It's over. We've lost," Juachu said. "You still have a chance," shouted the hero. Hearing this, she felt hopeful. "Use your grandfather's method to find it with your heart," the alchemist advised. "If I lose, how can I ever become the heir of the Jua family?" the maiden said. Then, she noticed a bright light on the massive mountain. There were still spirit herbs left to gather. She climbed up there to grab her prize. It was heavy, and a strong wind was about to blow it away. "Haha, risking her life for something so tiny," said one of Yulan's team members. "Believe in yourself. You can win," she told herself. This flower was her last hope for victory. Upon inspection, it was discovered that what the maiden had brought back was just a common weed. "You lost," Yulan's brother said. The girl wondered, "How could this happen?" "The winner is decided. Don't worry. I won't hit you too hard," Yulan said. "Ha! Who said we lost?" the alchemist said. "You seem blind," he added, throwing the torch onto the grass. "What are you doing?" the brother shouted. "True gold doesn't fear fire. Look closer," the young man said. All the medicinal herbs were burned. Only ashes remained. Yulan was outraged. "Wait. There's still grass there," the brother said. "What does this mean? The highest grade we brought back is 2nd grade. Could it turn into 3rd grade after burning it?" Yulan suggested. "It's nothing but grass," the brother snapped. "This is the firestream flower, a 4th grade magic herb." The hero looked at her with the gaze of a winner. "It's one of the rarest herbs in the entire region," the gatherer chimed in. "This flower looks like dry grass and grows on mountain slopes. To reach them, you need not only good eyesight but also great courage." "Who's the most powerful herbalist now?" the hero asked. Yulan's collectors were furious. "Doesn't matter if it's true or not," the brother said. "How about you sell it to me for 500 gold pieces?" he asked the maiden. "That's my salary for 2 years." Yulan was perplexed. With that money, The girl could buy medicine for her grandfather for several years. Wait. Qing Wang. Aren't you ashamed of trying to scam her? The hero intervened. This flower is sold at auction, where only the most experienced collectors can find it. I'll buy it from you for 10,000 gold pieces, so you can buy medicine for your grandfather and live a decent life. The hero declared. Yulan and his brother were speechless at what they heard. Well, Qin Feng, you won, the brother said. Then, the hero turned to the girl and asked if she wanted to become his collector. Jua agreed. But then Yulan's brother intervened, saying that if the girl worked for him, she'd get a better room than this. I won't work with you, she snapped. After all, Feng was the first one who believed in her talent besides her grandfather. A good herbalist is a powerful support for an alchemist. From now on, this room belongs to Juechuo. Leave this place, the hero ordered. Yan, his brother, and his men rushed to obey the order. They had a fight and were trying to figure out which of them was to blame for the current situation. This was the Qin family's most luxurious alchemy room. With the help of this furnace, the hero could refine the pills to put them up for auction. But before that, he was going to use the fire stream flower to improve his strength. Its main use was to defeat inner demons. It was necessary to take risks to win the tournament. After taking the plant, the hero started sweating. His shadow appeared next to him. The dark side grabbed the guy by the throat. You're a sinner for not being able to keep your family alive. So how can you deserve to survive? It said, is it really possible for a demon like this to live inside me? The hero thought. They say that if the inner demon kills a person, the body will die too. But the boy couldn't allow that. And he attacked. But the shadow intercepted his fist. Idiot. I know you too well, it said. You're just a coward who hurts others. The shadow added. In its opinion, the alchemist had nothing to protect. You don't deserve to live. It insisted. While the dark side said all this, it dealt multiple blows to the guy. He completely forgot that this was his demon, which was 100,000 years old. This bastard turned out to be really strong. Am I really going to die here? The young man thought. When he closed his eyes, the shadow laughed at him. Then the alchemist started hearing voices. Someone was calling him young master. It was his team and his father calling the boy by his name. No, the hero shouted. This is because there is still hope. I'm working hard to have a chance, he snapped. Even if I die, even if I'm doomed, I will never give up. Even if that includes fighting myself, the young man snapped. Then Feng screamed in pain. A bright aura appeared around his body. He did it. He broke through to the body-strengthening realm and could fight with 4th-level body-strengthening experts. After that, the boy went out for a walk in the garden. Sankyu was there and assumed someone had come to cause trouble for the young man. It was an elder who came to report that Feng wanted to sow discord in the clan. Wen added that an auction would be held soon and the family urgently needed pills. That is precisely why I took over your son's room, the hero said. Ha! If you've only studied alchemy for a few days, and you think you're capable of something, the elder continued. Are you sure? Feng asked him. Then he showed them what he had made in a few days. Seeing this, they were speechless. They were high-quality body-strengthening pills. Despite what you did, do you think the family will ignore the fact that you took over the room? Yulan's brother snapped. I still have some 3rd-class pills, the hero added. He and Sankyu blinded the insolent ones with his creation. Once again, they were speechless at what they saw. Elder, these aren't just 3rd-grade pills, the hero declared. It's a fake, the brother shouted. Shut up. The elder intervened. You are of the same generation, but there is such a difference between you. Then he shook the young alchemist's hand. This room is a reward from the main family, and you will represent us at the auction, the elder said. Father, are you serious? The brothers asked. Outraged. Then the young man thanked his grandfather for his kindness. After this performance, Feng went to the auction. This event is meant to show off the family's power. Only the big shots get a vote. 50 body-strengthening pills. The Y family bids 40,000 coins for them, plus a massive bone bow. That's worth 20,000 alone. Our family will pay 300,000 coins for a 7th grade pill. They're stealing the show. Again, the crowd was getting riled up. Feng, since you actually dared to show your face, your family is going to lose all its standing today. The prince reasoned to himself. This is all just revenge for the banquet. Suddenly, the prince's expression shifted. In the past, the Qin family looked embarrassed whenever they failed. But this time the alchemist and the elder looked like winners. The auction is closed, shouted the manager. Wait. We have something to offer. Feng said. If you have something, then please, to bring it out. The man replied. Feng thanked him for his kindness. As we all know, common strengthening pills are useless for warriors. The alchemist began. His pills had a quality of 8 units and could boost strength. The quality is actually good. But he only has 1 pill. The prince thought. People in the stands started laughing at the kid. It looked like he was humiliating himself. His relatives were furious. If I only had 1, that would be funny. But I've got plenty in my collection, Feng said. The number of pills was mind-blowing. There are hundreds of them, the young knight blurted out. The crowd in the stands was totally shocked. The prince wondered how this was even possible. The hero's relatives screamed that it was incredible. That quantity and quality will massively boost our warrior's strength, the prince shouted. I offer 200,000 gold pieces for the lot. Anyone who bids against me is an enemy. The royal family member declared. He was confident in his power again. While the rest of the bidders were pissed off. Feng is an idiot for bringing such a treasure here? The prince thought. All right, I'll sell them to you, the hero said. In reality, they were just spare pills they didn't need. And the third prince thought he'd won. And now for the main event. The hero continued. Could there be anything cooler than this? The bidders wondered. It was a third-class elixir. Not exactly a grand finale. People reasoned. But this isn't your average run-of-the-mill elixir. Feng went on. You'll understand when you see it. He added. A massive spirit of a ferocious beast flew right out of the box. Its size terrified everyone at the auction. This is an extremely rare elixir. A normal 3rd grade is nothing compared to this. When the hero told the elder about this, he didn't believe it at first. But now, he's just glad the kid is on his side. How could this happen? Maybe his family actually hired a top-tier alchemist. The third prince suggested. We have to buy it, he shrieked. I'm buying this in my father's name, meaning he's using his connections to pressure us again. The crowd was outraged. That'll be 500,000 gold. Feng snapped. The prince still thought the kid was a fool for selling such things. But the prince had spent all his money buying those pills. Hearing the price, the bidders started laughing at him. What? Did you run out of money? The hero said. You're a clown. The alchemist added. The prince's face twisted. He was burning with shame. In the end, the Qin family auctioned the pill for 700,000 gold, becoming the most honorable family. And the other family became the laughingstock of the auction. The elder thanked the boy for stepping up. It had been a long time since their family had such a good time at an auction. He added that he'd celebrate this achievement. But the situation had its pros and cons. Today, the alchemist shined and made a name for himself. When the tournament comes around, the kid might become a target. What he heard next stunned the young knight. The third prince has a 5th-level bodyguard. This guy can take down a lot of people. The newest member of the Beng family. His martial arts skills are so strong that he has no rivals below the 6th level in the body-strengthening realm. Nangung Xueqin of the Nangung family. A girl, they say, when she fights, no one can beat her. Situ An from the Situ family relies entirely on his ancestors' fighting style. And he's good at killing. The elder believed that Xueqin and An were the most dangerous opponents. It seemed the elder didn't think the third prince was the biggest problem. But from his past life, Feng remembered that the royal family member was very good at hiding his true strength. Either way, the countdown has begun. 3 days later, a banquet was held to celebrate Grandma Lu's birthday, and representatives from the 4 great families arrived. All of them sent generous, massive gifts. Grandma thanked everyone for them. Someone in the crowd pointed out that they hadn't seen her own family give anything yet. "Can't you afford to give a decent gift?" asked the Y family's protector, Lin Xuan. The brothers wondered why they were always being compared to them. As expected, in terms of wealth, they can't compare to us. The third prince's woman reasoned. It was a wise decision for her to leave the Qin family. But then the hero stepped up and gifted the old lady body-strengthening pills with 9 marks. It was just a simple gift for her. "This costs 50,000 gold, the banquet guest shouted. "This is indeed rare," said Lin Xuan. "But compared to her gift worth 300,000, this wasn't even worth mentioning." This place had turned into a battlefield for secret family rivalries. "Who said I was finished?" the hero exclaimed. "Bring out the highlight of the show." He ordered 200 body-strengthening tablets, all reaching 9 marks. The cost of a gift like that reached millions of gold. The maiden was furious about it. "Lin Xuan, you abandoned my family when you won the prince's heart?" the hero declared. "And now that I've become an alchemist, don't you dare regret your choice? This trash is trying to disrespect me," she thought. "Damn it. He did it again," the brothers shouted. "The Y family has been suppressing the Qin family for years." "We are so proud of you," Grandma said. "This is the best gift I have ever received." One of the elders stepped in and said Feng deserved a reward. The young man could ask for anything, but he had to think about it carefully. The hero's journey began when he returned to Cloud Shadow City in the future. He wanted Elder Yu to come with him and stay there for a few years. Both Grandma and the elder were stunned by what they heard. "You really want him to watch your back?" a high-ranking member protested. Because the alchemist knew the elder had less than 3 years to live. "Qin Feng? Are you saying I'm dying?" Yu intervened. "Yes. That is what my alchemy master foresaw," the hero declared. In the young master's past life, the elder died after 3 years, and it dealt a massive blow to their family. So, until they became strong enough, the family still had to rely on the elder to hold things together for a while. If this is really true, Elder Yu could extend his lifespan. The old man laughed at everything he heard. But he certainly wasn't opposed to living longer. "Well, Feng, you got what you wanted," Grandma said. Then, the young man thought for a moment. "Grandma, I have one more request," the hero said. "You want your right-hand man, Fanning, to participate in the tournament too. If you ask an outsider to join, you'll face a challenge from the other family members," Grandma warned. The alchemist claimed he knew exactly what he was doing. Did you really say that?" his right-hand man exclaimed. "Just prepare yourself well," Feng ordered. "This way, I can contribute to our family," Feng shouted. Suddenly, someone from the street ordered the hero to come outside with the outsider. The boys didn't like that tone one bit. Their house was surrounded by a large crowd. "Qin Feng, you've repeatedly violated family rules and demanded to participate in the tournament," the body refinement expert said. "Ah. So you guys wanted to participate too?" the hero replied. "We want to challenge you," one of them shouted. And they shoved the hero's battered comrade forward. "Sanqua." The alchemist uttered his right-hand man's name. "Either give us back our spots, or we kill him," the crowd screamed. "Young master, save your strength for the tournament," Sangku said. "Feng just wants to bring Fanning along as a meat shield," the crowd laughed. Then, they kicked the hero's subordinate. The young man was furious. He struck Sanqua's attacker with all his might. "I didn't want to have to teach you a lesson," he said. The attacker looked like he died from that single blow. But Feng was so determined that he didn't calm down. The bully's henchmen were stunned by the hero's strength. "They told us this guy was weak," one of them shouted. Fanyang got up from where he was. He took a huge leap into the air. His expression changed. He wanted to fight. The hero's right-hand man landed directly on the crowd of bastards. He's actually powerful. We underestimated him. A warrior reported. I'm not the only one. Feng said. Look closely. He added. They still didn't understand who was the true master and who was the subordinate. You said you wanted me to defeat them, the young man said. He was more than willing to grant their wish. The bastards were baffled at how he managed to take them down so quickly. After all, the hero's chi level and blood realm were lower. Now, I'd like you all to witness Fanning's power, the young man announced. Until that moment, they thought the right-hand man was stronger than the master. But Qin Feng was far stronger than Fan Yang. 2 weeks later, the tournament began. The Qin family had been at the bottom of the rankings for 20 years. Whoever reached the top 4 would be rewarded with the chance to master secret techniques. This served as excellent motivation for the fighters. The hero needed to reach the highest rank possible. However, there were people here with high levels of body refinement. The 5 Great Families Wasteland Development Tournament had begun. At first, the students were sent into the depths of the wasteland in a driverless carriage. But the monsters there are extremely fierce and compete with each other to kill humans. Suddenly, something caught the hero's attention. Inside the carriage with him was an old acquaintance. Qin Feng, just because you defeated us doesn't mean anything, the stranger shouted. This time, I'll follow Master Bai. And you, Feng, will be left all alone in the wasteland. Himahas, the weaklings of the Qin family. All they can do is crawl behind us. A member of the Yi family scoffed. Ha, I don't think you're actually that strong. Feng snapped back. The carriage wheels suddenly hit a rock, and half the group fell overboard. As it turned out, that was not a stone at all. And the fierce monster attacking the carriage was a giant swamp crocodile. Qin Feng, let's go, the hero's teammate yelled. That's the kind of idea that would come from your stupid head. You really are weak, the stranger sneered. As a powerful member of a great family, if you encounter monsters, you have no right to retreat, the Ye family member declared. Look at us. You weaklings from the Qin family, they shouted in unison. Look what strong men we are, they added. Wow. So strong, the Qin family member cried out. Right after those words, the crocodile wiped out the fighters with a single swing of its tail. The one who had been praising their strength hid behind an overturned carriage. He couldn't understand how warriors from such influential families could die just like that. Then, the monster walked toward him. It's all over, the fighter thought. He didn't think his life would end like this. But the hero came to his rescue, attacking the crocodile. How did he do that? The boy exclaimed. Qin Feng. Is that you? The weak fighter asked. He actually did it alone, the boy thought. Then, the hero rushed away from the monster's corpse, grabbed his comrade by the scruff of his neck, and shouted that it was time to run. Why are we running? Don't you want to take any trophies from it? The boy asked. That crocodile's blood attracts others. So if you don't retreat fast, you'll become a snack for its companions. And just as he said, the rest of the crocodiles appeared. The hero's companion begged the young man to run as fast as possible. As they ran, the boy realized that Feng was the strongest fighter in their family. He had treated Feng with disdain without even knowing him. I said I was going to leave you behind. So why did you save me? The scared guy asked. Because we're family, Feng said. Those words struck the boy hard. He suddenly felt a strong desire to acknowledge the alchemist as his big brother. In the end, the competition came down to who could kill the most monsters. So, I need to focus on the hunt, and also set a bounty for the destruction of the Qin family, the prince declared. You're the best assassin in the tournament, his assistant told him. The stranger was sitting atop a mountain of crocodile corpses. Situ Xuan, a level 6 body strengthening expert. said that killing was his favorite hobby. Feng, I'll make you regret going against my family, the third prince snapped. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the forest. The warriors in trouble prayed for help. They were fighters from the Nangong family. I'll help them, since they're the only ones friendly with our family. The hero said, let me borrow you for a sec. The alchemist added. He tossed his comrade right at the panthers. The animals' expressions shifted. They wanted to tear the poor guy apart. Oh my God. I'm gonna die, the boy screamed. But strangely, nothing killed him. The hero stepped out of the forest and tamed the panthers. How did you do that? The alchemist's comrade asked. I brought some monster taming pills with me. I tossed them into their mouths while you were distracting them. Feng said. So I was just bait. The fighter was indignant. Then, a furious roar erupted behind him. The panther leader had appeared. Its size was impressive. Feng, do you have any more of those taming pills? His comrade asked nervously. Then, he started begging the hero for help. All right. Hold on to the sword and don't let go, Feng said. The boy was relieved that the young man was saving him once again. Moonlight, the young master shouted. The panther waited for the next move. Then, Feng started spinning the sword in a circle along with his comrade. The blade sliced through the monster's neck. Feng, you're treating me like a tool, the boy screamed. Hey, we pulled it off in the end, the hero declared. The Nangong family members thanked the young man for his help. They promised to report this deed to their head after the tournament. The boys' expressions suddenly changed. They fell forward with daggers buried in their backs. Damn it. Someone killed them, Feng snapped. You must have noticed it at the auction, the stranger said. How ironic. I didn't picture you as a little bug that hasn't even developed his body yet. He added, I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. I'll leave you to the Nangong family. The assassin said. That's Situ Xuan, the hero guessed. Then, a massive barrage of swords flew toward him. He managed to dodge them. Qin family. How dare you kill members of the Nangong clan? Voices came from the forest. Hey. It wasn't us, the alchemist's partner shouted. Don't try to lie. My family can withstand tiger bites, the stranger retorted. The blades pierced the panthers' bodies. They won't believe us no matter what we say. Especially since there were no bite marks on the corpses. Feng said. I mean, we can't even see them. The alchemist's partner reported. This must be Nangong Shueqian. Rumor has it she's a ghost who leaves no trace. Not even in the snow. She could fly using her speed movement skill. A collision meant certain death. Feng. Run and hide. If you're not fast enough, you're dead, his comrade declared. Then he surprised himself. Thinking. Asterisk. Why should I worry about Feng? Asterisk. He's smart. He'd probably hide anyway. Asterisk. The alchemist just smiled at his words and shouted for the archer maiden to shoot. Asterisk. The hero is an easy target for her. He's gone crazy. Asterisk, the alchemist's friend thought. Then he shouted. Feng. That girl is the most powerful of the new generation. You can't beat her after these words. An arrow appeared behind the knight's back. Yeah. She really is strong, Feng said. Turning toward where the shot came from. The projectile pierced right through the hero. Doesn't work on me, he said, appearing behind Nangong. Found you, the young man added. Immediately after he moved, an explosion blasted the spot he just left. Thanks to the deity transformation art, the boy could pinpoint the enemy. Now, I'm ready to explain what happened, he snapped. The young man grabbed the girl by the neck to ensure she couldn't escape. Feng's partner was bewildered by what he saw. He never thought the alchemist could catch her. If you want to kill me, do it now, the defeated archer said. I didn't come here to kill people, but you attacked me first, the knight retorted. And so, you've fallen victim to the consequences of your own actions, the stranger said after killing the fighter. Meanwhile, two warriors ran through the forest. trying to save themselves. "Why did you stop?" Shin Xiu asked. "Don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. If you want to blame someone," the stranger snapped, "then blame your family," Tu Xuan added, appearing behind the poor man. But they managed to deflect his sword strike. The massive warrior, Xin Faneng, came to their aid. "How dare a bastard like you hunt down our family?" he asked. With his axe, he managed to knock the assassin aside. The hero's friend even managed to rip the mask off the bastard's face. Asterisk. How did he pull that off? My body strengthening is 2 levels higher. Asterisk. The scared warriors wondered. They asked Faneng why he had saved them. "Feng taught me this," the giant said. "Did you hear your friend died?" the assassin asked. "I framed him. And he died at the hands of Nonggong Shuiken," he added, hearing the archer's name. The hero's relatives were terrified. "That's impossible," the giant shouted. "My friend wouldn't die that easily." "You're lying," he added, flying into a rage. But he couldn't attack because the assassin had vanished, finding himself directly above him. The assassin advised his enemy to worry more about his own life, then stabbed the giant in the back. Faneng felt a hellish pain from the dagger points. After such a blow, he fell face first. When you join the tournament, you shouldn't worry about the life or death of others, Xuan said. Then he grabbed the giant by the head and was about to slice it off. But suddenly, someone told him to stop. "If you dare hurt him," the stranger added, stepping closer, "then I'll kill you and feed your corpse to the monsters," the hero said. The members of the Qin family couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Feng. They thought he was dead. "Didn't Nangong kill you?" the assassin asked. "We're all doomed," one of the poor boys screamed. "What should I do after I kill the strongest youth in your family?" Feng Xuan asked. His dagger was about to touch the giant's head. But the hero beat the bastard to the punch and smashed him in the face with 750 kilograms of force. "I told you. Don't you dare touch him," Feng repeated. "Or else you die," he added, watching the assassin's body get sent flying by the blow. When he landed, the assassin couldn't figure out where the alchemist got that kind of strength. The Qin family members couldn't fathom where he had gotten that combat skill. But the assassin didn't die from that hit. He stood up slowly and immediately evaporated, vanishing from the hero's sight. Then, Feng slowly looked behind him. There was no one there. Then, I felt a presence from above. The hero's relative screamed at him to watch out. Fan Yang was defeated with this same trick. Too late. The assassin spat. "Your family is weak because you care about each other," he added. But Feng managed to dodge the attack without any trouble. The hero moved ahead and swung onto the tree. "Why is looking out for each other a disadvantage to you?" the young man asked. "Do you really think you know me that well?" Feng let out, kicking the bastard in the head. The strong fighter crashed to the ground. The hero's rescued relatives couldn't believe the fact that Feng had managed to take on 2 strong opponents. A moment later, letting go of the branch, the hero landed on the ground. "Do you honestly think I'm just some idiot who only uses brute force?" he asked the assassin. "It seems the kid used his reflection to make me think he was down below," the assassin reasoned. "Fine. If I can't fight him head-on, I'll use what's been passed down for generations. The art of daggers," the assassin continued. 6 blades flew toward the hero. But he stood there without moving. There was a hard, invisible aura around Feng, making all the blades bounce off. Numerous deadly weapons clattered to the ground. Sen couldn't believe what had happened. How could the hero's technique surpass his own? "I told you Feng has a lot of surprises." The one the alchemist had used as a puppet chimed in. "Your sword skills are a joke compared to my moonlight ability," the hero snapped. "Even your physical skills," he added, blocking the bastard's moves. "Damn it. I gotta get out of here," the assassin thought. But he didn't have time. The hero's fist was already flying toward him. He took another heavy hit to the face. The speed at which he flew back was astounding. As the assassin was sent flying, his body smashed through everything around him. Here's a lesson for you. Don't blame me. Feng spat. But the assassin was still alive after that. This can't be happening, he kept saying. Then he rushed to fire a special flare into the sky. Is that wolf smoke? The hero's companion asked. I underestimated you, Qin Feng, said Xuan. The remaining warriors came running to the call for help. Don't blame me for this, he added. The stranger praised Xuan for his work and clarified why the third prince had summoned him. The young man's companions were shocked to see a member of the royal family there. Here's the most powerful enemy in the wasteland, Feng thought. Prince, the kid isn't as weak as you think. I couldn't take him down alone, the assassin said. Then, the Qin family members took a desperate measure. They suggested Feng take Fanyang and run while the guys bought time. What are you guys talking about? We're all equal, the hero said. Don't worry. We're all getting out of here alive. Then the hero pulled out his banner. Are you crazy? Armies aren't allowed in here, the prince said. Kill them, the royal ordered. The circle formed by the Qin family tightened even more. Feng's comrades kept panicking. But the hero was calm and said he'd handle it. Those who were already close to Feng were attacked from behind. His relatives didn't understand what was happening. Arrows were sticking out of the warriors' backs. The third prince was astonished that his army was defeated in such a short time. What happened to my people? He wondered. Do you think I'm stupid enough to call an army here? The young man asked. A great female archer appeared on the battlefield, along with her minions. Qin Feng. We've arrived, said Nangong. The third prince and the assassin were stunned that she was helping the alchemist. Did you want the Nangong family? Our only friends. To go against the Qin family? The young man asked. Luckily, he managed to explain it to her. He showed the weapons to the lady. They were Situan's daggers. After Nangong found out the truth, she decided to help the hero. So when we were attacked, she came to help us, Feng explained. You're nothing but a bunch of turtles hiding behind her, the prince declared. What are we going to do? The assassin asked the royal family member. I don't care about you, Feng, so let's end this and get going, the prince declared. You kill others whenever you feel like it. But it stops being fun when it's your turn to die, the hero clarified. Fire the arrows, Feng said. Don't think you can kill me that easily. I'm still a 4th-level body-strengthening expert, the prince declared. One of the arrows hit the bastard right in the arm. He felt a burning pain. I don't understand why I couldn't dodge the arrow this time. The third prince can't believe he's been beaten, Feng thought. The young man knew about the royal family member's secret skill, but he couldn't allow it to be used. The smoke was just a disguise, as if he had summoned an army of archers. But the ingredients to prepare it were taken from the misty forest. Even though the effect doesn't show up immediately, the prince's body has already slowed down. That was more than enough. Then the young man struck the bastard with all his might. The king's relative's face changed after an attack like that. It was hard for him to hold back the pain. The assassin, down on his knees, asked how that could have happened. Now it's your turn, the archer shouted. You're going to pay for the deaths of my family members. Then the assassin realized the situation he was in. The girl, without hesitating, fired an arrow right into the bastard's head. Just like that, the main players of the tournament were defeated. Feng's family members couldn't believe what they were seeing. It's good that my enemies were eliminated right here, the alchemist said. Now, we need to increase our Salin, score, and kill as many prey as possible, he added, and the army backed him up. The biggest problem was solved. And now the young man could get ready for the hunt. Suddenly, someone's sword pierced right through the young man's body. It was the third prince. He wasn't dead after all. You still want to go hunting? He asked. The hero's companions screamed his name in unison. The alchemist wondered how this bastard managed to survive. Then, gripping his dagger tight, he tried to strike back. But he was knocked down by another weapon, the satisfied assassin unleashed. That's when Feng realized just how terrible of a situation he was in. A moment later, the prince pulled his sword out of the kid's body. "How interesting," he said. "I didn't expect a loser like you." The royal continued. "To force me to show my trump card." He didn't calm down. Third prince. "What are you going to do?" The archer maiden cut in. "You're lucky enough to witness my secret skill," the warrior declared. All those warriors who seemed dead suddenly sprang back to life. Did I seriously miss something, the young man thought? If his memory served him right, that skill could turn a freshly dead warrior into a ruthless killing machine. "I'll destroy every last one of you," the royal shouted. His second victim was the archer girl. "You still won't win. Your body strengthening level is way below mine," he said. But she didn't have time to shoot. The prince was just too fast for her. In the blink of an eye, he shattered her weapon and landed a crushing blow. The maiden collapsed onto the cold ground, completely limp. "You all think I'm just an incompetent prince who relies on his army, don't you?" he asked. "I, Ye Fan, am stronger than all of you put together," the fighter declared. The guys were shocked at how he could reach the 8th level of body strengthening. "Now, Feng, it's time to pay for the humiliation you caused me." The prince didn't let up. With a skillful swing of his sword, he dealt a massive wound to Feng. "Damn it. I can't fight him off until I reach the next phase," the hero thought. "By the way, don't you love protecting your family?" Fan asked. The prince's soldiers grabbed the poor guys and tied them up. "What are you gonna do to them?" the young man screamed. With a single swing of his sword, the prince slaughtered all the hero's comrades. "I killed your people right before your eyes," the prince shouted. "How does that feel?" Fan asked. For the first time, the hero's face went completely dead, devoid of any emotion, filled with rage. He clawed at the ground with his fingers. Then, losing his mind, he started screaming curses at the prince. "I promised them. I promised we'd get out of here alive," he went on. But as he approached the prince, he took another critical hit. "It's over," Fan yelled. Is this the end for me?" Feng thought, but a surviving member of his family stepped in front of him. Qin Feng," the hero said with a trembling voice. "Oh, looks like not everyone died from my first strike," the prince barked. The hero's companion protected him at the cost of his own life. "I believe in you. I trust you. The future of our family is in your hands. Take care of it," the fighter said as his final goodbye. After that speech, Fan yanked his sword out of the comrade's body. The lifeless body slumped down. "Run away, Feng," the hero whispered, repeating his fallen companion's name. Just a few hours ago, they had been talking. The hero's friend said he wanted to fight for someone he trusted to support the Qin family. He said it wouldn't be a sin to give his life for a person like that. Then Feng started laughing, teasing him for being scared of a panther. So, they continued on their way, with Feng playfully poking fun at him, and the friend, taking it seriously, had gotten mad. Now, all that was left of him was a cold, lifeless face. Once again, someone had died right before his eyes. Feng, run. Otherwise his sacrifice will be for nothing," the archer girl screamed. "Oh, how touching, sacrificing yourself for others," the prince interrupted. After saying that, he aimed for the hero's head. But Feng, he had enough strength to catch that bastard sword with his bare hand. The prince was shocked by what he saw. "That's enough," the hero said. "I'm not running away this time." He didn't hold back. After his declaration, he shattered the prince's sword into tiny pieces. The prince's face changed, and fear crept into his eyes. While he stood there in a stupor, the hero threw a punch and hit the bastard with everything he had. The prince screamed in pain. He couldn't understand why Feng's strength had suddenly spiked so dramatically. "Don't you touch the third prince," the assassin shouted. While Fan was still flying through the air, The hero switched targets and dealt an equally powerful blow to the bastard who loved throwing daggers. He had a rough landing, crashing right onto his head. "What kind of cultivation level does Feng have?" the archer exclaimed. The prince was baffled. He couldn't figure out how he managed to kill Sichuan. Could Feng actually be stronger than him? The thought crossed his mind. He was shocked by the warrior's speed. 2. The punch to the face came instantly. The prince flew back even further than last time, teeth flying out of his mouth. But Feng wasn't done yet. He started chasing the bastard down. He grabbed the bastard by the arm and spun him around. The only thing on the royal's mind now was where the hell Feng had gotten this much strength in the blink of an eye. As soon as the hero let go, the bastard screamed in agony. He had a very strange feeling, like if he kept fighting, he was going to die right here. "Everyone destroy him," now the prince ordered. Every second, more warriors appeared above the hero's head. "Qin Feng, forget the third prince and run. You're badly hurt." "You're gonna die," the archer screamed. The fighters surrounded him and made their move. "Why didn't you run?" Fan asked. "I've run away so many times when facing strong opponents, but I always regretted it later," the hero said. "So what's the point of living like that, even if I die?" "I'm taking you down with me today," the hero continued. The expressions on the king's fighters changed instantly. The young man rushed in, grabbed the prince by his clothes, and used Fan's body to smash through the warriors. Then he threw him right at one of the warriors. "Attack me, you bastards, I'll destroy all of you," Feng raged on. "Which one of you thinks they can kill me?" he asked them. Then, he went on the offensive himself. Even after so many fatal wounds, he still won't give up, the prince thought. It seemed like death itself was running away from him. The scene shifts to the Imperial Training Hall. The third prince, as a child, asked his father if he could be considered the king of the entire world. "No. We're kings in name only. Real times kings are the ones who possess the imperial aura," the Pope replied. "Even if you run into someone who looks way weaker than you, the aura is what matters. You can't do anything but freeze up and surrender," my father explained. "Even you're scared of them?" the boy asked. Feng was definitely the one his father was talking about. "I told you to pick up your sword," the hero screamed. Even the prince's warriors were terrified of the alchemist. His body was covered in wounds. Even if he kills the prince, he'll die from exhaustion, the archer thought. "Stop," he yelled at the kid. "There's no point in dying like this. This bastard killed my family. I'm gonna make him pay," Feng said. "Tell me, what else am I supposed to do here?" he barked. But the hero's punch stopped right before the prince's face. The archer didn't get what was happening. "Why did you stop?" the prince thought. "No. Of course there's another way." Feng snapped. "I won't kill you, third prince," the hero said. "But you're gonna do exactly what I say." "I'll do whatever you want," the prince replied. "I swear." That bastard hasn't calmed down at all. The hero chased the royal family member all the way to a cave and told him to get lost. Did he really just let him go? The archer wondered. But the Qin family members are still alive. Then he looked back at the hero. "Are your wounds bleeding again?" he asked. The young man thanked him for the help. It was his words that reminded him about the third prince's secret skill. The girl was totally confused by what she heard. Still, this would only save their lives for one day. She didn't get how Feng could grieve over the loss of his family, since people dying is just a normal thing here and everyone gets used to it. It seemed like he actually loved them. "Take care of them," the hero ordered the maiden. "I'm heading to the infinite sea of flowers." That was forbidden territory. Not even the imperial family dared to go there. "I've got my reasons," the young man said. There were legendary medicinal ingredients there. If he could find them within a day, he could cure his friends. It's the only way. Meanwhile, the king's army was searching for the third prince. "Your Highness, how did it come to this?" they asked. The prince touched his subordinate and drained his life force. "I can't take Feng down head-on, so I'll have to get rid of him indirectly," he said. Meanwhile, a warrior was leaping from branch to branch. I can't even imagine it. I'm the number one in our family. Damn it, the boy said. His name was Ling. And even he couldn't handle the monsters he was seeing. Then, he spotted someone on his right. It was Feng, busy marching toward the legendary herbs. Hey, aren't you the guy I saw at the auction? Ling asked. Is he here for the rosemary monster's heart too? The fighter thought. Hey, you're ignoring me. It's pointless. You'd better turn back. You can't handle them, Ling shouted. Even I couldn't do it. So there's no way times you times can. Then, the young man grabbed one of the monsters by the neck. The fighter watched closely to see what Feng would do next. Don't you know I'm in a hurry? The hero asked after crushing the enemy. The other monsters were terrified by the sight. Anyone who gets in my way. This is how you'll end up, he shouted. Destroying 2 more. Wait. Did he just kill 3 monsters in one move? Ling thought. His aura. It actually scared off the rosemary monsters. Soon, the hero reached the spot. Don't touch it. The master alchemist and his men tried to break in once. Ling said. But they all turned into rosemary monsters. So no one's really been in here for 100,000 years. The hero said. Open up, Feng shouted. The seal began to change shape. The doors opened right in front of him. Ling wondered how he pulled it off. That's something even a 4th-level alchemist couldn't do. Legend says rare medicinal herbs grow at the end of the infinite sea. As soon as I get what I need, I'm heading back to the cave. Feng thought, but what he saw shocked him. There was nothing there. He couldn't understand why it was empty. Does this mean? My friends are gonna die, the hero thought. That's impossible. I have to keep looking. He told himself. But as the alchemist ran, his foot got caught in a vine. What the hell is this? The guy shouted. This is the Tao formation. The knight noted. Suddenly, a voice from out of nowhere asked the boy how he dared to enter the endless sea of flowers. No, I came to the sea of flowers to find the cure for my friends, Feng shouted. I'd believe you more if you said you came here out of greed. The unknown voice snapped. But the hero wasn't lying. Then the voice asked, Are you willing to sacrifice your life for them? That's impossible. Feng said, I think all you're offering me are empty words. The voice replied, But you've got talent if you made it this far? It added, Just because I said that doesn't mean I won't sacrifice myself for my friends, the hero snapped. He was the only one who could help them. If you don't believe me, go ahead and inject poison into my body. But you have to wait until I treat them first. Feng said, Do you really think I can't save them? The voice asked. Well, to prove if you're really willing to die for them. I'm talking about a mix of cedar and animal poison. The voice said, But if I sense even a single drop of regret in you, I'll kill you without hesitation. The voice finished. The reborn hero never imagined he'd end up in a situation like this. Am I really gonna turn into a rosemary monster in the end? He thought. At least I can save my friends. That's the only thing that matters. Suddenly, his shackles vanished, and a massive field of flowers appeared right in front of him. He wondered where everything went. It turned out, everything he saw was just an illusion. The spirit said it had been running this test for 1,000 years. And finally, someone passed. Take whatever you want. It added. The young man quickly thanked him. After a while, Feng gathered the flowers he needed. Now, all that was left was to build a stove for brewing. My little friend. I'll help you with that. The spirit said. Take this stove. Feng was thrilled with the gift. The furnaces were divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Using them would make the antidote's quality way better. Thanks. I'll never forget this favor. Feng said. Don't worry about it. I'll let you finish your work. See ya. The spirit said. Lin stayed sitting in the tree. Just then, he thought. Feng hasn't come out yet. He's probably dead. But what he saw next left him stunned. A massive horde of monsters was heading straight for him. Meanwhile, at the western border, they were arguing about who would take down the beasts. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that everyone comes back safe and sound. The Yi family head said. Something's happening in the wasteland. One of them reported. One of the leaders' faces changed drastically at the news. A massive wave of monsters is approaching, one that no one could survive. The family heads looked at him in bewilderment. All this happened amidst an endless sea of flowers. Meanwhile, Feng stepped out of the portal. Don't come out or you'll get killed, Bailing screamed at him. I can't stop. My friends are in trouble. The hero declared. Wait for me, he shouted. Charging at the nearest monster, the other creatures were furious that their buddy got hurt. What Lin said. Surprised. Seems like the only monster here is Feng. How is he cutting through hordes of beasts? Where did that guy get so much strength? Bai continued reasoning. Then he left the tree and decided to follow the warrior. One of the elders at the border was being held back so he wouldn't interfere. None of the students can make it out of there, someone shouted. I said, let me go, the elder yelled. Does the family head actually think anyone can make it out alive? A stranger asked. It was the third prince. He insisted he was the sole survivor. The Yi family was just glad their guy was still alive. Chief Chen couldn't believe it. Only a member of the royal family had emerged from the forest unharmed. I only made it out by luck. Fan said. Check out the loot I brought. He added, tossing a bag onto the snow. There were dozens of fierce monster crystals. While these are priceless, your return is even more valuable. The clan leader chimed in. He should get first place for returning now. One of the elders suggested. The Qin family head was still stunned by the news. Sir, what are you doing there? Someone's coming from the forest. Everyone rushed to look. Come on, help us. Quick, we're hurt, people screamed from the cart. These were the Qin family members and the ones the hero saved. How did so many of your family survive? The chief exclaimed. And how did you manage this? The Qin alchemist head asked. None of us died. And it's all thanks to Feng, said the comrade. We nearly died. But the master brought us back. He didn't hesitate to treat us. On top of that, he was looking for others so he could help them too. Master Feng saved dozens of people from my family. And my family too. The archer and Ling reported. As for our family, the Yi clan elder clarified. How could this happen? I deliberately summoned a monster wave. But my side had the fewest survivors. The third prince thought. What's the point of all this? Chief Ye interrupted. Whoever has the most trophies wins. Show us yours. In the Bai family, we have 25. Plus 3 more. Every surviving member of the Qin family had 5 of them. Huh. And you have the nerve to say 5. Asterisk, the prince thought. Then he heard something interesting. The kids did a total count. They had 300 pieces in total. All obtained by Feng and split equally. This was witnessed by the Nangong and Bai members. How could one person get so many crystals? A member of the Ji family chimed in. Huh. It's you. The calm alchemist said. A Bai family member admitted to the archer that Feng had gathered the majority. That's just how he is. And I got these myself. The maiden said. Well, the main thing is that everyone returned safe and sound. The family head said. Elder Yi. Announce the results. The elder ordered. Based on the final crystal count, here are the tournament results. First place goes to Feng with 300 crystals. The third prince takes second. Nangong is third, with 28. Bailing is fourth. And last, there were no survivors in the Situ family. The elder thanked the young man for his victory. Now the lad would have a new rank, commander of a youth expedition to discover new lands. He will also receive authority over his own area of spiritual lands. The hero's companions were genuinely happy for his achievements. Then, the alchemist asked to return to Cloud Shadow City. Don't you want your own lands? The elder asked him. Let's leave that for later. It'll be easier to open up a new region in those lands. Feng said. The elder agreed with the young master, while everyone returned home in triumph. The third prince glared at the winner with disdain. The next day, the young man left the capital. They did it quietly, without drawing unnecessary attention. Thanks to their visit to the capital, they had met a lot of new people. Yesterday was a blast. But today, no one's seeing us off, the giant said. Suddenly, someone called out to them. The entire clan leadership came out to the balcony to say goodbye. Goodbye, Feng squad, they shouted. Other clans were there too, Nangong and the Bai family folks. They all made a huge impression on the hero. Why did they all come? Sanqua asked. Strangers appeared in the corridor, one of whom asked the hero if he really wanted to leave without saying goodbye. Will you be able to use the human sword without me? Asked the warrior who had saved the young man from death. Recognizing him, Feng was even more surprised. The guys rushed to introduce themselves as disciples of the Qin, Feng, and Tian Kong families. They asked for permission to join the research team. The hero laughed at the fact that he'd been getting so much attention lately. All right then, listen to my order, the alchemist said. If you guys join the team, a lot of danger awaits you. We're ready to go through fire and water, the young one said. Okay, then follow me to Cloud City, Feng said. Achieve success and glory together and win world recognition. Half a month later, the hero returned to Cloud Shadow City. Since he knew the monsters would attack soon, he started building defensive structures. The elder who, following Feng, the team started popping life-prolonging pills. The news that the hero had conquered the misty forest and made a killing doing it reached the other clans, so they started exploring Cloud Shadow City too. Now every family is trying to develop the forest. Whoever claims the spiritual lands inside first gets a huge advantage. But, luckily, thanks to memories from my past life, I knew exactly where they were. So, the guys just had to show some grit. We needed to conquer the whole misty forest and set up our own order. Move out, Feng shouted to his team. But suddenly, someone stopped them with a question. You guys are the first ones exploring here. That path you're planning to take, it's been claimed by the Situ family. So hand over your maps, the leader demanded. Otherwise, you're gonna get lost in there. Young Shi sneered. Are you the biggest squad your family's got? The hero asked. We're not giving you such a crucial route, the hero's teammate declared. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Young Shi snapped. Wait. The hero cut in. I don't want to offend you. I'll give you a route map, the young man said. Smart choice. A C2 family member smirked. You're a fool, another squad member added. Then they asked the alchemist why he gave in so fast. He just replied that taking the long way around has its perks too. 6 hours later, the guys were at the edge of the forest. His student asked the hero if they were late to the spot. Will there be any resources left? Actually, we're on the real route. I gave them a fake, Feng said. Suddenly, everyone felt a demonic aura. Monster powers are totally different from normal animals. These creatures are way stronger. If the hero's guess is right, the Situ family is fighting monsters right now. And that's exactly what was happening. Their squad leader screamed for help, watching his people get devoured by a massive creature. Meanwhile, 3 hours had passed since the boys started walking through the forest. They arrived at an incredibly beautiful place, the target zone of the spiritual lands. The young man's friends were awestruck by the beauty of the place. But Feng didn't have time for sightseeing. Excellent, he said. No gas issues here. And nobody's claimed it yet. We can build our own base right here. Feng ordered his friends to scatter animal repellent powder. Feng turned to Sanqiu and told him the C2 family got what they deserved. Of course. The young master only makes the right calls. They must have run into monsters. They kept joking around. But then a huge monster burst out of the bushes. Fan Yang saw it and rushed to help. What is that? The terrified warrior screamed. Run, I'll handle him, the giant ordered. But suddenly, a terrible smell hit his nose. Damn it. Poison gas, he said. Brother, the teammates he saved yelled. But then, a hero appeared. He managed to kill the monster with a single blow. Careful. It's a zombie monster. It was the first time Feng's friends had seen a creature like that. Everyone, stand back. I can handle this, the hero declared. The young man wondered how a creature like this ended up on the outskirts. Could it be because so many people started developing the forest at the same time? The creature rushed to attack the young man, but he managed to dodge. Mid-air, he pulled out a dagger and threw it straight at the creature's head. But it was useless. The weapon shattered. The creature glared at the hero with pure hatred. Why wasn't he hurt? Neither sword nor spear can pierce him, the young man thought. Then the zombie made its move. Feng miraculously managed to dodge. The boy feared the monster had the strength of a level 1 grandmaster. He couldn't dodge the second hit. The hero's friends were worried sick about the situation. Don't come any closer, the young man ordered. His strength was nowhere near the creature's skill level. But he couldn't give up either. The feeling of imminent death was just like the battle with the third prince. I need another chance at life. I can't die here like this, Feng thought. After all, I came to this life to fight, the alchemist snapped, getting back on his feet. Giving up so easily wasn't in his plans. He rushed in to punch the monster. You're just an animal. Don't think you're anything special, Feng shouted. After his outburst, the knight grabbed the creature by the neck, slamming it against a tree. He shouted that an enemy like this couldn't defeat a hero. His companions were amazed by his strength and determination. Young master, the supporters cheered. Bring the chains, Feng ordered. A moment later, the monster's body was chained to a tree. Such a powerful zombie. And Feng managed to deal with it. He's too strong, Fanyang said. Be careful. His skin is thick. Your weapons won't penetrate it, the hero said. It was just like what happened in the wastelands. Could the feeling of nearing death have triggered an energy boost, the young man suggested? This power could help him overcome a lot of struggles. We'll deal with the creature later. For now, let's build a base as fast as possible, the alchemist ordered. The team backed his choice. Outside the misty forest, a group of kids were discussing how the Situ and Qin families hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, someone appeared at the exit. The research team led by Feng returned. But only the leader of the Situ family made it back. The hero's companions started praising his strength. Why are you still alive? I ran into a monster. You lied to me, the leader of the assassin family cut in. We ran into a monster too, Feng said. But Master Feng managed to finish it off. How is that possible? The Situ family member wondered. Meanwhile, the hero's companions kept building the stone walls for the base. Then, unknown warriors arrived at the spot. Rumor has it they're the most influential people around here, Yusha Xiao said. Behind her, an army appeared, and their leader asked why Feng's people were building walls on public land. Xiao Xiao turned her attention to them. These people were from the Fire Hunters Guild. Without a second thought, arrows rained down from the massive ballistas. The Qin family warriors were completely blindsided by the bombardment. What the hell are you doing? There are people in there, Xiao Xiao shouted. The old warrior roared in indignation. Who dares raise a hand against us in Cloud Shadow City? The elder's name was Qin Wanli. I am Lin Xing, third commander of the Hunters Guild. How dare you build walls here? The leader of those scumbags interrupted. The elder shot back, telling him they were just there for protection. Stone walls are the only way to keep the monsters out. So, that's your excuse, he sneered. His only intention was to destroy that wall. All his men were warriors at the 6th level of body strengthening. Who dared to touch my father? An unknown boy suddenly interjected. My, aren't you brave? The boy added. These words cut deep, offending the leader of the bastards. Suddenly, one of them was stabbed right in the back with a blade. Did someone just kill such powerful warriors in a single strike? Xiao Xiao asked in disbelief. Whoever you are, I won't let you harm my family, the stranger declared. The hero stepped forward with his team. Today, you pay with your life, Xiao. Xiao couldn't understand how someone with such a weak fortification level could defeat those warriors. You think just because you took out a couple of my guys, you can handle all of us? The scumbag interrupted. The one you killed is worth 10,000 gold. Shut your mouth, the hero snapped. Before the words even landed, he inflicted heavy wounds on the bastard. The way I see it, your life is worthless, Feng said coldly. Besides, getting my hands dirty killing you is a hassle. So now, you owe me 100,000 gold for the effort. He didn't calm down at all. Who is this person? Xiao Xiao thought. Terrified. Qin, how dare you kill my people? Roared the massive warrior wielding a two-handed sword. He was the true commander of the fire mercenaries, demanding to know if the Feng family could survive his wrath. Your wrath, the young man said with a smirk. How does a third-rate mercenary guild dare to challenge the Qin family? You insolent brat. How dare you threaten me? The giant warrior raged, looming over the hero. He declared he wouldn't leave a single piece of him intact. There's no way he can survive that attack, Xiao Xiao thought. But suddenly, someone rushed to the young man's aid. This strength? What kind of power is this? The warrior wondered in shock. The elder who had stepped in to help Feng just smiled. He was the one who had handed his banner to the alchemist. The blow dealt by the legendary warrior sent the guild leader crashing to the ground. I step away for one moment, and you've already caused a ruckus, the elder barked. The guild leader was perplexed, wondering who could possibly land such a blow on him. Then, it dawned on him, he was in the presence of a grandmaster. Terror seized him. He scrambled to apologize, claiming he had no ill intentions. You think you've merely offended some junior family member? The elder asked. No. This is the one we've been waiting for with such impatience. Could this really be the same Feng who took first place in the tournament? The warrior wondered, realizing the identity of the unknown young man. Zhao Zhao was equally shocked. Everyone knew the name, but few knew the face. Then, the massive warrior apologized to the alchemist and offered to slaughter every member of the guild, sparing only the leader. Take your men and clear the spiritual lands of beasts, Feng ordered. Wait. Are you saying you actually managed to find it? The warrior asked, surprised. Why is that so strange? The hero clarified. The fighter was left in awe. Few had ever accomplished such a feat. Yet the young knight had already done it. Xiao Xiao watched from the sidelines, thinking the hero still needed to gain more experience. She dismounted and rushed over to address the young master. Can my people and I join your team? She asked. No problem, the young man replied. But my group is only at the qi and blood level, Xiao Xiao admitted, embarrassed. It's fine. 90% of my team is at that level too, Feng said. It's strange that such a weak team nearly captured the spiritual land. The maiden thought. I swear to serve you until death, Xiao Xiao declared. It's been 3 whole days since then. How is the new team holding up? Feng asked. The new guys were badly hurt in the last battle. What happened? Feng asked, concerned. It's the work of the Situ family's 5th squad. The girl was captured while escorting the troops. Those bastards also demanded we hand over the Holy Land within a week, or face the consequences. They're taking their anger out on us because their team got wiped out by a monster, Feng said. They have 3 people in their army at body strengthening level 3 or higher. We have to fight them. After all, we have Elder Yulao, Fan Jiang argued. If the guys can't handle it, we'll have to give up the land. We understand your hesitation. This is still your main clan, after all, the student stated. No. 7 days is enough, the hero said. The guys looked at him, bewildered. Captain, are we really going to hand it over in a week? Fan Yang asked. No. My plan is to prepare for war during that time, the young man stated firmly. They won't intimidate us, he added. The captain has been really impulsive lately, the giant warrior noted. Do you doubt my decisions? Feng asked. The warriors immediately dropped to their knees. "We fully support your decision," they shouted in unison. Feng and San Qiu stepped aside, discussing how sick they were of the pressure from the other clans. "Captain, what's next?" Fanyang asked. "It's time they found out," the hero began, "who the real king of this forest is." After that, for a whole week, people noticed strange movements from Feng's group. They were hauling materials back and forth from the spiritual land. It looked like the Situ family's threats had actually scared them. Everyone thought the Qins were going to give up the land. However, they didn't submit to those bastards. Now, the Situ group was coming to take it by force. The bastards' new deputy commander was Yun Xiao. He was at the 9th level of body strengthening, and his goal was to wipe out the entire Qin clan. "Move out," Young Xiao ordered his men. One of the scouts reported to the leader that there was no point in launching an attack. The alchemist's men had abandoned the area. "They probably ran for it after seeing this," said a member of the Situ family. "The Qins built fortifications, likely with the intention of resisting. Seems these cowards are still afraid of us," said Yun Xiao. "However, I discovered one thing here," said the warrior. "Something was chained up there. Most likely treasure," said the leader. The team received orders to remove the shackles. "Haha, from now on, this is our land," shouted the leader. Then he heard a scream. A huge zombie was chained to the tree. "How the hell did that get here?" wondered a member of the Situ family. The creature didn't hesitate and rushed to attack the warriors. They realized too late that they had fallen into a trap. The clan leader ordered his men to retreat. Everyone abandoned the battlefield right then and there. But the fortress gates closed immediately. "Damn it. We're trapped here," snapped the leader. The monster's actions didn't wait. Someone came out onto the wall to see what was happening. "Feng," he said. "Look how fast they got caught." "It was worth it," said one of his men. The zombie was specially tied up by the hero with iron chains. The creature was capable of destroying many who were at the body-strengthening level. Fan Yang clarified. "What do we do next? A rabbit will bite if provoked. Now is the time to release the tiger back into the mountains." The gate opened, and the Situ leader was ready to run inside without thinking. "Hurry up," he shouted to his men. "Ha! We made it," he rejoiced. "Are you sure about this?" asked Feng. "Surprise attack," shouted the young master to his men. "We'll put you in your place since the old man isn't with you," sentenced the leader. "We all have a body-strengthening level of 3 or higher. This will be easy," he added. The warriors of the Situ family approached the hero's army. Then Feng and his men armed themselves with bows. "Fire!" shouted the young master. His arrows slowly began to reach their targets. After their attack, the hero and his army disappeared into the forest. "What kind of idiot tactics are they using?" wondered the leader. Having gone deep into the thicket, they set their sights on the bastards. "Attack!" shouted the alchemist. Several other people from the Situ family were shocked. "Let's go hide," snapped Feng. And Fan Yang began to follow the guy. "They want to use the terrain and eliminate us one by one," thought the leader. "We can't let our soldiers get lost." "Chase them," he shouted. Then all the team members ran after their leader. They almost managed to catch up to the Qin family. "Accept your death," shouted Young Xiao as he lunged forward. They saw archers behind them. In a moment, they were surrounded. "Are you following us knowing there'd be an ambush here?" asked the hero. Like the captain said, "Don't overestimate the intelligence of other fools," said Fan Yang. "You think we're surrounded?" asked the head of the Situ family. "Feng, your army is nothing but trash. They can't do anything against our boys," he added. The archers tensed their bowstrings even more. "Don't look down on us," said the hero. "Split into groups of 5 and start attacking them," shouted the alchemist. "Shoot. These are just light pinpricks to us," said the leader. "Destroy their troops," he ordered. At that very moment, he and his troops threw themselves into battle. Then, he heard the sound of arrows being fired. Turning around, he saw that his entire army was dead. 7 days ago, There really was a lot of chi and blood in our team, began the hero. I used countless spiritual herbs from the new land and spent days and nights preparing pills to strengthen my body. After this, they continued consuming these pills. If one didn't work, they tried 10. If those didn't work either, they tried 100. That way, the team's body strengthening reached the first level. Even if most of them are just at stage 1, we have a chance to win, said the hero. Damn. If this keeps up, I'll die, thought the boss of the assassins. Seems there was no choice. Save me, shouted the warrior. The fighters appeared in the air and called the hero scum. I'm a representative of the Situ clan elite, declared the old man. You have disgraced the clan name, he added. Using his strength, he pushed Sanu and the others aside. The hero managed to keep his balance. Damn it. The masters intervened, said Feng. The leader of the defeated army began to complain that it was the alchemist who had destroyed his forces. Since we've intervened, we will destroy these fools, said the old man. Then he instantly headed towards Feng. So fast, thought the young knight. But in that very second, Yulao appeared in front of him. His face was angry. He wasn't happy with the current situation. I'm fine, he told Feng. So this is Master Qin, from years past, asked the old man. You were truly extraordinary in those days, he continued. Then the old warrior instantly left the spot where he was standing. Your life and strength must be running out. Isn't that right? He asked. But Yulao was strong, and the fighter managed to repel this blow as well. Legend says he was once invincible. Today, he will be destroyed, declared the elder of the Situ clan. The master is so powerful, said the leader of the gang that eliminated the zombie. Old man, be careful, shouted the support group. Yulao's forces were already running out. In the blink of an eye, the Situ elder was right on top of the legendary warrior. His attack was aimed at Yulao's chest. Damn it. The burp finally came out, declared the trump card of the Qin clan. Who said I can't handle this? He shouted. And with all his might, he hit the old man who was confident in his powers. His eyeballs almost burst from the damage he received. Exhausted, he flew off the tree that the warrior broke with his body. His minions were amazed by the strength of the legendary warrior. Let's attack together, suggested one of them. Oh, Feng, it's your fault. I've been eating too much these last few days, said Yulao. Now, suddenly, the lost strength returned to him. I still haven't gotten used to it much, he said. The light emanating from the pike blinded the bastards. The old man didn't hesitate and fired a bright beam at them. Looks like I've outdone myself today. Yulao laughed. At first, he had trouble moving because he overate. How is this possible? He was simply suffocating. The Situ family member. Yulao had been the hero's main asset for the last 7 days. All he did was help the old man recover his strength. Then, the bastard who called for his elders started apologizing to the old man, saying they didn't want to steal anything. If that's the case, then let's have a duel to the death, the hero suggested. I agree, said the Situ family member. The hero's student approached him and reported that the enemy was at the 9th level of body strengthening. You're too arrogant, Feng, the warrior thought. Then, drawing his sword, he shouted that it was time to start. A battle broke out between the guys and continued at an incredibly fast pace. Master, the girls cried out in worry. What's wrong? Were you that confident in your skills? Said the bastard. This fool is way too proud of himself. Fan Yang snapped. During the fight, the C2 family member noticed something that all this time, he had been fighting the captain's shadow. I was just practicing. Feng snapped. How could this happen, the bastard thought. If I couldn't even distinguish a shadow, I'd lose. Feng, stop using your tricks and fight fair, the fighter said. That is exactly what I'm praying for, the hero said. Then the bastard rushed to attack the guy, who managed to defend himself. Master, exclaimed the girls. Worried for the alchemist's life. Don't underestimate me. My survival wasn't a coincidence, the warrior declared. His family technique was the art of dead energy. He could drain energy from his companions and temporarily boost his skills. Like this. The bastard reached the first stage of the master realm. The purple energy was strong, and Feng could barely keep his balance. The disciple begged Yulao to help his leader. Otherwise he would die. Don't worry so much, said the old man. Feng told me about this before. He's deliberately putting himself in mortal danger right now. His goal is to chase a specific sensation. Bastard. Are these all your tricks? Said the hero. Do you think you can handle me? He asked, attacking the bastard with all his might. The hero's companions were stunned to see such a surge in power. This is the hero's secret technique, Yulao declared. It can only manifest on the brink of death. So the kid used his opponent to practice this skill. No. I can't lose to him, the C2 family member thought. Then he pulled out another dagger. I'm going to put all my remaining strength into this strike, bastard. You see, I'm standing right here, said the hero. So why aren't you kneeling? He asked. Seeing the hero's aura, the enemy rushed to obey the command. He felt an overwhelming fear. The bastard couldn't resist at all. I surrender. Don't kill me, begged the C2 family member. Then Feng grabbed him by the neck. I don't just want to get rid of you, the young man said, but I'm also going to destroy every member of your team. He added. This is bad, said one of the bastard's henchmen. I haven't forgotten about you, the alchemist declared, starting to destroy them too. In an instant, all members of the C2 family were defeated. Our master is truly strong, said his student. Spread the news today. The 5th detachment has been destroyed. The young man commanded. Anyone who dares to oppose us will be destroyed. He added. The boy's companions knelt in acknowledgement. This is the true power of our family, said Yulao. Success came to the hero when he started using this power on the brink of death. The alchemist didn't understand where it came from. A month later, everyone knew about the feat of the Qin family group. The C2 family, who had started seizing the spirit lands by force, was finally destroyed in a retaliatory attack. And they had no choice but to admit defeat. The head of the family was afraid that everyone would find out about that disgrace. Many people in Cloud Shadow City didn't respect the Qin family. But after this event, the opinion of all those bastards changed. When they saw the hero and his entourage, they nodded politely. Xiao Xiao was responsible for gathering information. He said the destruction of the C2 was the biggest event. And everyone in the country was talking about it. That's good, Feng remarked during lunch. But there were other events too, although they had nothing to do with the Qins. Feng asked the maid to tell him. The Imperial Yi family staged a coup against the Yu Yayao Immortal Palace. Hearing this, the hero spilled boiling water on his hand. The hero's companions asked him what was wrong. In his past life, these events were supposed to happen decades later. A few days later, in the misty forest, the Qin family was about to seal their spirit lands. The accumulation was too easy, and the surplus was being sold. The mine manager came to the guys to buy elixirs. This is the elder of the Baikomen clan, Lima. He came because the pill prices here are low. That's why he came. A poor and miserable place, he said. These words stirred the hero. Then, he saw a girl who looked familiar. The hero was so absorbed in looking at her that he didn't hear what the old man was saying. The old man needed pills to stop bleeding. The hero didn't have any of those. And what kind of good shop is this that you were talking about? The old man said indignantly. Don't worry. We have others, said Feng. I can offer you a life force elixir, said the alchemist. They were much better than what the old man had originally wanted. How did you manage to create these? Asked Limo. Then Feng explained that too many spirit herbs had accumulated. It was clear they were made by amateurs, so it was possible to haggle. The old man wanted to pay half price for them, since Feng was the only one producing them and their quality was excellent. He proposed a competition to Limo. If the young man won, The old man would buy the medicine at retail price. Otherwise, the hero would sell it at half price. The old man liked this proposal. The quality was a bit inferior, but they were first-class pills after all. The question was who could make more pills in half an hour. The old man suggested they start. This was the old man's unique skill. He also used a top-quality furnace. So he thought victory was in the bag. But the hero wasn't falling behind either. The old man was actually shocked at how the young guy managed to create so many pills. Plus, he made them all at once. Though it looked like Feng was getting pretty tired doing it, the old man figured if he finished on time, he'd definitely win. Done, the young master shouted. Lim was floored by the alchemist's talent. Sangwoo brought his friend a pot that was the wrong size. I'm docking your pay this month, the hero declared. The old man was surprised that Feng only complained about the pot size while cooking. Half an hour later. 13. Hero's pills were several times stronger than the old man's medicine. The young alchemist's products were also higher quality than Lim's. How did you make them better quality than the ones you were gonna sell me? He fumed. Oh. My student whipped those up, Feng said. The old man was speechless at the news. Then dropped to his knees. Lim declared he'd buy them for double the price and begged the young master to take him on as a disciple. Can't do that. But I'll share the method. On one condition, the hero said. Then Feng pointed his finger at the familiar girl. Give me this favor, he snapped. This caused a commotion in one of the rooms. He just demanded a woman right in front of my eyes, the maiden screamed. His student was super jealous about it. Turns out, the woman in the blue robe was just a servant Lim had bought on the road. Drop the act, Lin Xuan. Even if you change your skin color, the hero said. The woman was speechless. She was the supreme lady of the lunar grotto. What are you planning? The girl asked. I'm gonna help you. 'Cause I know you're the one who killed those family members and nude, Feng said. In his past life, this woman helped him tons of times. So, what now? They took my palace by force, someone exclaimed. Outside, it was reported that the Yi family members had come looking for an unknown woman. And you say you'll help me? She asked. Did you tell them about me? The girl screamed furiously. Xiao Shuang tried to attack, but the hero caught her hand. You're badly hurt right now. You can't do anything to me, Feng said. Now, take off your clothes, he ordered. Where is she? The warriors shouted as they ran down the stairs. They say a foreign woman came to see you, Officer Y yelled. Now, because of this, the Qin family will be considered malicious lawbreakers. After kicking down the door, he shouted, Come out. Quick. Who's there? Feng asked. Lying in bed. The lady lying with you is suspicious, the duty officer said. How can my woman be a criminal? The hero asked. If I'm wrong, I'll bow down before you, the warrior maiden declared. Well, we'll see about that, he added. Then the woman pulled back the blanket. Xiao Shuang didn't have a single scratch, even though they claimed she couldn't hide them. Then she started checking the girl's development. There were no signs of training either. Now that you've calmed down? Feng asked after she ransacked his bedroom. This can't be. The guard captain fumed. Actually, the injuries hadn't disappeared. The hero just applied a special powder that hid the severe damage. He also gave her a healing pill that hadn't even been invented in this era yet. The officer was just beside herself with rage and the mistake. I think I'll be going, she said. But Feng stopped her, reminding her she promised to kneel. You Qin family dog. You dare challenge me? She asked. You better not get too cocky, the guard captain insisted. Feng decided not to stay quiet and attacked her. Who are you smiling at? The alchemist asked. I destroyed Setu's squad. You think I'd be scared of you? The hero asked. You scared my girlfriend, the young master added. Dream on. I won't apologize to you, the maiden snapped. The young man started counting by smacking the arrogant fighter in the face. He swung his sword twice. The guard captain wondered where a member of the Qin family got that much strength. The young knight shouted. I was wrong. Please. Forgive me. The maiden said. Now get out. Feng ordered the crying. Broken maiden. What a shame. Total humiliation. She thought. Forget about seeing my body. Zhao Shuang snapped. And what kind of excuse is that? Saying I'm your girlfriend. She wasn't calming down. Well, it's just acting. The young man said. Embarrassed. I mean, this clan is too shameless. He really pissed off the guard captain. Then he noticed a huge cocoon that was chained up. Could this really be the woman I'm looking for? A scream rang out, grabbing the hero's attention. What's wrong? He asked, walking up to the guard captain. My face is scratched, the woman screamed. I'll make your clan pay for this, she continued. You released the monster yourself, the hero barked, grabbing her by her clothes. We barely managed to seal this monster. Do you understand what you've done? The alchemist shouted. What can one creature do? The captain asked. Then, both warriors looked at what was happening behind them. What she saw stunned the fighting maiden. Both ran toward the scream. The guard captain's face went pale. All her people were dead, judging by the tracks. The monster was heading toward Cloud Shadow City. The old man had gone into the thick forest to clear a wasteland and didn't have time to get back. Maybe I can handle it, the hero thought. After all, he had secret skills. Last time, he finally managed to deal with the creature in time. At that moment, the monster was walking slowly through the forest. We almost made it to the city. She had no choice but to beg Feng not to tell her people it was her fault. Then the alchemist asked Fan Yang to send a pigeon to the city, saying a huge zombie was coming their way. Then he walked over to the rescued girl and told her she needed to prep materials for the showdown. After this, she needs to stay close to the hero. He'll protect her. At first, she wanted to hide her identity, but now she's been found out. Then the maiden looked back carefully. Looks like I need to find a safe place, she thought. There was a commotion in the city. Everyone wanted to save themselves. The gates hadn't closed yet, and the creature was about to get in. Help, the poor people screamed in fear. Anyone who dares to leave will be killed, the unknown person said. How about you give me a hand killing this thing? Asked the third prince. Strong warriors from other families arrived in the city, happy for the chance to prove their worth. What are you doing? Why won't you let us out? The unhappy crowd shouted. Sanu appeared and asked the prince why he was doing that. Hey, isn't that the Qin family's dog? The arrogant warrior scoffed. He ignored the question and launched an attack. The warriors almost reached the massive creature. You can't handle it. Get out of here, Feng's comrade shouted. But they didn't care and attacked anyway. One of the fighters found himself on top of the monster's head. The third prince landed a heavy blow on the zombie with his sword. After that, the creature was left lying on the ground. It's amazing how they finished it off so fast. One of the people said. Sanqua shouted that if the monster's mouth wasn't shut in time, it would start using forbidden techniques. Ha! Look how cowardly that Qin family member is acting. The warriors laughed. The monster's eyes suddenly started glowing a bright red. Then, it screamed with a deafening, terrible sound. The whole town heard that. Run fast and get the people out of here, Sanqua ordered. Despite the sounds the zombie was making, it didn't get up. If you couldn't kill it, the prince said, then watch how I do it, he added. Behind him, the same zombie appeared. Now, with a huge horn on its head, the warriors noticed it and got scared. The creature slashed the prince with its claws. A warrior from the Y family flew into a nearby building, smashing through its wooden roof. What is this? The stunned warriors asked. One hit left the prince unable to move. How dare you raise a hand against him? The warriors shouted. And they all rushed together to attack the creature. But the zombie killed them without any trouble. Damn it. We can't beat it, the guard screamed. The creature that called for help stood up. Now, they started terrorizing the locals together. This isn't good. It's too late for the people to run. Sonk said. The zombie almost caught one of the poor kids. But the hero's comrade managed to protect him. Run. Don't worry about me. The warrior said. Just deliver my body to the Qin family. He added. Thank you, Commander Sanu. The villager said. Weeping. Feng told me to protect this city. I can't let him down. The hero's comrade thought, barely managing to dodge such a heavy attack. Then, gripping his sword, he said he wouldn't let the monster hurt the residents and stab the zombie in the neck. But his weapon shattered against the attack. It was the monster's turn to act, and it easily knocked Sanku down with a single blow. The emotional residents screamed the fighter's name. It mattered to them whether the hero's comrade survived or not. Run faster, the weakened Sanku said. Leave me be, he added, grabbing the monster's leg. I'll do everything in my power before the commander arrives. The man reasoned. The zombie, noticing him, struck him with its huge paw. The young man howled in pain. Is this really my limit? He thought. We've been beaten and can't fight. But that Qin guy is still alive after taking so many hits. The prince reasoned. Then, the monster threw Sanu into the air. The residents kept screaming his name. I can't take much more of this, the boy thought. He had always been a coward. And for the first time, he decided to prove his worth. Maybe I just didn't want to disgrace the master, he thought. But then, Feng arrived just in time and caught his wounded comrade. Sanku looked at his savior. Sir, you came, he said. So Feng decided to save his subordinate. The prince thought. Sanku apologized to Feng for not being able to hold back the monster. No. You did a great job and bought us time, the alchemist declared. Now, leave it to me, he added. That animal dared to touch his people. I won't forgive this, Feng shouted, aiming his fist at a weak point. Ha! He's weaker than me. He can't handle it. The prince snapped. Have you forgotten how I beat you once before? Feng said, striking the monster. The blow was so strong that the monster's bulk smashed right through the wall. The creature was defeated. The prince wondered how this could have happened with just a single hit. He's so strong, the people said. In that very second, a second monster appeared behind the young man. Seizing the moment, it attacked the boy. The people froze, waiting to see what would happen. Just as expected. He can't be a hero forever, the prince thought. Wait. Something's wrong. The Y family member reasoned. Why didn't Qin Feng flinch because the boy didn't have a single scratch on him? Bring the pill, the hero shouted. I'm hurrying, Fanning replied, pushing a cart with a huge, red-hot ball on it. The alchemist plunged his sword into it and rushed into a combat stance. It's no use, the prince said. That weapon won't pierce it, he added. Die, the hero screamed, aiming at the creature and sinking his sword into its massive body. The blow was so powerful that bright red energy started radiating from the monster. The monster shrieked in pain. Whoa, that's awesome, the people cheered. The young man handled the monster with such ease. The prince wondered where he had gotten so much strength. The hero knew a normal weapon would be useless, and the prepared pill could cause a fire to scare the monster. The other creature sensed its comrade's death and rushed to escape the area, seeing your partner die. If you want to run away, the hero asked. But for what you did to Sanku, the alchemist said, the debt hasn't been paid yet. After these words, he threw his burning sword at the enemy. The blade struck the zombie's leg. It fell, screaming in pain. You dared to hurt my family, the hero didn't calm down. I'll definitely pay you back double, he added. Then he stabbed the zombie in the chest. This was far from over. Then the alchemist threw several charged daggers. Every single one hit the mark. The creature screamed in agony. The two zombie demons were dead. But the demonic energy was still there. So, he turned out to be stronger than all of us again. The prince thought. The people thanked the hero for his feat. Don't come closer. There's too much demonic energy here, the hero shouted. The people looked at him, confused. Someone was standing near the trees, watching the young man's actions. It was the maiden he had saved. She never expected the guy to have powers like that. She wanted to use the chaos to slip away. But the second she turned around, a zombie demon wearing a crown popped up right in front of her. Looked like he was the leader of these bastards. Seeing him, the girl was left speechless. The monster grabbed her with its massive hand. Another one, people screamed. It's the undead king, everyone. Hide, the young man ordered. She was pinned down by the monster's giant fingers. The only thing I regret is not escaping sooner. Just as the creature was about to eat her, she decided to fight. She had no choice. But suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. It was Feng. He attacked the monster and declared that nobody had the right to touch his girlfriend. He managed to catch her before she fell. You could tell by her face she was glad to see Feng. Don't reveal your true power level, the hero whispered. This king sensed your wounds and came for the scent of blood. So, if you want to leave the battlefield, don't go through the forest. The girl was relieved the hero was going to destroy the monster for her. Meanwhile, the creature tried to attack. The sword, tempered by the pill's fire, had already lost its power. Feng had no choice but to clash head-on. The monster's fist was faster than the boy's moves. The creature rushed to attack the hero. The impact was so heavy it looked like the guy was dead meat. A blow that powerful sent the young man flying through the air. The girl he had bought and saved told him to run, screaming at him not to take such risks for her sake. While he was flying through the air, some thoughts began to flood his mind. He remembered his past life. Qin Feng. Go. You won't survive without my protection, the girl had said. The hero of the past looked at her with pity. The demon's target was the alchemist. After that last battle, the girl was already dying. Leave. Quickly, Zhuang ordered. In his past life, the hero abandoned her for the sake of the whole world. But in the end, he lost her, and the very thing he was trying to protect. This time, everything will be different. Stealing his resolve, Feng tried to break free from the monster's grip. I won't lose you again, he screamed. His expression went back to how it was during the battle with the third prince. His body was cloaked in a burning aura, putting all his strength into the strike. The young man attacked the zombie king. The blow was so powerful it drained all his accumulated energy, giving his opponent zero chance. Feng continued to land blow after blow. Xiao Shuang wondered how he managed to wrap his body in the fire pill's energy. He's fighting for me, even at the cost of his own life, she thought. After an attack like that, an explosion ripped through the battlefield. The hero had managed to defeat such a powerful opponent. Qin Feng, his friend, shouted. The third prince had been watching the battle the whole time, speechless at the skills of his sworn enemy. The young master actually did it. Sank said. Your captain almost died out there. Why didn't you help the head of the guard? Asked Fan Yang. The giant fighter clarified. Who said he was going to get beaten to death? My captain deliberately puts himself in a near-death state. Now, all the attention is focused on the alchemist. I can run away at any moment. Xiao Shuang thought. Are you okay? Fan Yang, she asked the young man. You'd better tell me how he is, Feng asked. But in the spot where the girl had been standing, there was no one left. Could she have left, the hero thought. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand. It was the rescued girl helping the hero up. So, you didn't leave? Feng asked. Surprised. You bought me, didn't you? Why should I leave? She clarified. And the young master said I was his woman, Xiao Shuang added. In truth, the girl herself didn't understand why she hadn't run away. Before this, she aspired to become the next ruler of the palace. Her mother had forced the girl to be strong ever since she was little. Since she was born, she had never known peace. But this time, she was protected. Feng had an unknown power that calmed people's hearts. Even though in the future he'll have to take revenge on the Ye family for the palace. For now, the girl just wanted to stay close to the hero. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared over the city. Where did that come from? After all, there was just a huge plain outside the city. Feng thought. But what he saw shocked him. A massive golem appeared right before his eyes. Feng wondered when it had managed to appear here. The people didn't understand what the young man was looking at. To them, there was nothing there. Xiao Shuang noticed that something was wrong with her savior. Then he remembered what it was. Earth Mother. The great legendary monster. Now it was clear why the demons were appearing so often. In his past life, this golem was superior to the demons. It has the ability to control poisonous insects and the undead. On top of that, the Earth Mother can arbitrarily take the form of a location. It can be a mountain peak or a plain. The birth of the golem marked the awakening of the great demon who destroyed the demon city. This isn't a good sign. Feng reasoned. In his past life, the Earth Mother suddenly attacked people when a demon was resurrected. It seems that to face the future disaster, the hero needed to be well prepared. A few days later, word of the prince's act almost killing the city's inhabitants spread throughout the dynasty. And the news that Feng had managed to destroy all the monsters shocked the entire dynasty. The Qin family was happy with this news. And his grandmother wanted Feng to return to the past capital in the future for his development. But the young man refused, claiming he still had things to do. He asked his grandmother to warn the other 5 clans to prepare for the demon invasion. The second request went like this. The hero wanted a chance to enter Donj. It was the largest alchemy organization and had strict rules for entry. You had to study there since childhood. But his grandmother did everything possible to get the young man in. The woman introduced the new student to the other kids. The young man introduced himself and said he was glad to meet them. "Ha, your family is the weakest one," said one of the students. The guys didn't exactly welcome him warmly. But Feng hadn't come here to study. There was a treasure hidden in the cave beneath the pavilion, the demon sword Luo Shen, previously owned by the demon emperor. Its power would help stop the monster attacks in the future. However, for the moment, no one is capable of lifting it. This artifact would determine the future of humanity. So Feng had to try his hardest. The teacher shouted that the newbie wasn't listening to her. Master Yang declared that the kid was the scum of the Qin family. "No, Master. I was just thinking about how to get into the dang crypt," Feng said. The guys immediately started laughing at him, saying only high-level students could go in there. "You'll need at least 3 years of study to reach that level." The professor said, "You just got here, and you already want to do what others have been trying to achieve for years." She snapped. "I actually did listen to what you taught," said Feng. "Then, repeat the method for qi purification and blood pills," Master Yang demanded. What she hated most was the group of losers who used their connections to get into the pavilion and live an easy life. So she wanted to crush the young man. The students were happy that a member of the Qin family was being put in his place. "Fine. Since the professor doesn't want to save me any face, then I won't hold back," the hero declared. "You aren't worthy of me repeating it, because I listened to your lecture and found 20 errors in it," Feng stated. "Insolent. Qin, you dare humiliate the master," the woman barked. The students just laughed at the situation. "Fine. I'll point out your mistakes. But talking is pointless," the hero snapped. "Let me refine the pills and show you," the young man suggested. The guys didn't believe the newbie knew how to concoct medicine. "Don't embarrass yourself," they shouted. "If he can't do it, I'll humiliate this arrogant brat," the teacher thought. The first mistake was the weak fire, because the woman was clearly afraid of burning the medicinal ingredients. After saying this, Feng made the flame burn brighter. Master Yang wondered how he managed to do that. Low heat won't bring out the medicinal properties. The teacher was surprised by how roughly the hero treated the forest herbs. He must just be showing off, the young woman thought. Looks like he won't be able to refine the pill, the teacher thought. A moment later, Feng said everything was ready. That fast Master Yang blurted out, "That's impossible. It would take her several hours to create a high-quality pill. It seemed to her that what the young man had produced was a failure. Then she knelt down and announced that the pill was of perfect quality. The students didn't stay on the sidelines either. They were amazed by the hero's skills. Master Yang, at your level, there is still room to grow and things to teach the kids. Feng said. Damn. Did this guy just humiliate me in front of everyone? The woman wondered. If you want to survive, show me some respect. Feng said. If you don't dare to respect your teacher and don't value kindness, I'll smash your face in. Yang was furious. You have trouble sleeping and often have diarrhea, right? The hero asked. Her face changed at what she heard. After using the bathroom, there's an unbearable smell and often a tight feeling in your chest. Feng continued. And also the feeling that you're going to die soon. The alchemist didn't calm down. How do you know so much about my illnesses? Yang asked. I could help you, but you're mocking me. So better just forget it. The young man snapped. The teacher bit her lip in anger. She grabbed his leg and started begging for help. Is this your path? Before, you wanted me to kneel before you, Feng said. Then she started crying out of helplessness. Bowing her head, she said she was wrong and asked for forgiveness. Please, save me. Yang added. Fine. I'll write you a prescription in a few days. Feng said. Thank you for your kindness. She repeated. The students still couldn't process that the young man knew how to make pills and that the professor was bowing to him. Then, one of the guys suggested that his brother should talk to the new guy. Fine. The tired purple-haired boy grunted. The bully's name was Yuan. After the lesson, the hero went out for a walk. The first thing he was going to do was find the location of the crypt. Suddenly, someone called out to him. You did pretty well in class today. Yabayan laughed. Looks like you guys are my classmates, the hero said. The third prince was Wu Yan's cousin. So the bastards wanted the young man to lick the head bully's boots. Your body strengthening is at the 3rd level. I was wondering why you looked familiar, but it turns out you're related to the prince. Feng said. Get ready to die. The bastards laughed. A moment later, the young man lifted his leg and attacked the arrogant royal family member. He smashed his face into the ground. His friends were shocked by what they saw. Did you really think you scared me? Feng asked. Break his limbs, shouted the beaten guy's friend. And they all rushed to attack at once. You want to break my limbs, the hero clarified. Then I'll send you to meet your ancestors, the hero said. He tripped one of them. The blow was so hard that the bastard burst into tears. Despite the pain he was feeling, he ordered the others to continue the attack. After a couple of good hits from Feng, all the bastards were defeated. They had no choice but to lie on the ground and moan in pain. It's all good. They're just resting, the hero said. The other disciples were surprised that a member of the Qin family was able to deal with the Ye bullies. You sneak attacked me, Buhan was outraged. If I don't cut off your leg today, I won't dare to carry my family name. He said, there's going to be another cripple today, the bastard's companions declared. Wujian, are you still looking for people with talent for alchemy? The stranger asked. It was the pavilion's top student, Yuro, who declared she would take the aggressor to be punished. Generally, the saintess protects the weak. Just because you hold a position here, don't think you can control my family, Buyan said. I'm going to cripple him today. The bastard wouldn't calm down. This is a show worth watching, his buddies shouted. She tried to stop him with her words. But it wasn't hard at all for the hero to face such an opponent. The girls were amazed by his martial arts skills. With a single strike, Feng not only disarmed his opponent but also caused critical damage. The bastard rolled on the ground and screamed for help. Then he started to get up a little. The blow had landed on the man's weakest point. Buhan screamed that he wouldn't have children in the future. I've used this trick so many times. Why is your memory so bad? The hero asked. Everyone saw that he attacked first. The hero waved goodbye. The disciples were left staring. totally dumbfounded by what they just saw. Aren't alchemy masters supposed to be weaklings when it comes to martial arts? Wu Jian has always been a massive pain in the neck. But a rookie just handled him like it was nothing. If you want to stay safe, you can join our hall. Zeru offered. Men were never allowed in there. So the guys were practically green with envy. Thanks for your kindness. But I work better alone. The hero replied. The guys were floored. They couldn't understand how he could turn down an offer like that. The maiden had come running after hearing the news that this young man could refine pills. But she never expected his martial arts skills to be this good. Meanwhile, the hero arrived at the entrance of the pavilion's dungeon. Such incredible pressure. Even standing here, he thought, could this really be the power of the demonic sword? But to get inside, he first had to become an advanced student. He decided to start with the senior exam that's held every 3 years. He went to see a girl he knew, telling her he needed to pass the senior exam. To do that, you have to live here for at least 15 years. Jan told him, if you want your illness cured, then give me a chance. Feng said, fine. I'll talk to the pavilion elder. She snapped. Feng thanked her and waved goodbye. Meanwhile, the guys were crowding around the wall, buzzing with the latest news. They were outraged that the new guy, Feng, had only been there a few days and could already participate. Wu Yan was furious because he had less authority than the hero. Are you pissed at him because he rejected Shuero's invitation? A stranger asked. You're not exactly happy that the kid has been here for a few days and got this opportunity. Plus, he dared to flirt with the woman you like. He continued. This was the pavilion lord's son. If Feng passed the test, the boy would have to kneel before the hero. That Qin family brat is dead meat now. Wu Yan thought. The third prince, heard you got beaten up. I'll do everything I can so you can hold your head high again. The lord's son said. Finally, the day of the test arrived. The triennial assessment has begun. The elder announced. This is every student's dream. The pavilion lord added. Becoming a senior student meant receiving top-quality materials for your development. The lord hoped everyone would perform well and pass the test. Feng was participating too. He wondered how difficult the control techniques were in this era. The first stage required students to demonstrate their ability to control fire. Those who show the best skills will be promoted. The test begins right now, the lord shouted. All the guys started working furiously. Wu Yan's lackey reported that he'd tampered with the hero's stove. This time, he was going to regain the face he'd lost in the fight. Look how huge that fire is, the disciple shouted. Yes. His skills are truly impressive. The elder noted. Now my fire is the biggest. Qin probably looks pathetic right now. The bastard reasoned. But regardless, the hero managed to achieve something too. The lord's son watched, shocked to see a pillar of fire 4 meters high. Flame control technology was so obsolete back in this era. Feng thought, since the highest flames ever reached were only 1 meter. The hero's art was the best of the best. He was able to shape the fire into a dragon. These tricks totally stunned all the kids. We damaged his stove. How did he pull that off? Wu Yan wondered. His control skills are even superior to mine. Shuero said. The lord's son saw her gaze and knew he couldn't let the maiden fall for Feng. Dad. Stop. It seems we made a mistake setting up the furnace. The son blurted out. You're a big boy now. Go figure it out yourself. The boss said. The attendant ran over as fast as he could. Go swap stoves with Feng. He told Wu Yan. The young man didn't object to the switch. Everyone. Look at me, a member of the Ye family shouted. He thought he could handle the fire. The lord's son suggested his friend watch Wu Yan. But she said the Ye family member was just lazy. No. This is the student I've been training. The teacher said confidently. Time for my big performance. The purple-haired idiot said. But instead, all he created was an explosion that blew up in his face. Someone came flying toward the lord's son. It was a burnt Wu Yan. Is this your talented student? Zeru asked. There was a mistake. Feng isn't actually that strong. He's just lucky he has a good stove. The sun snapped. Suddenly, something caught the maiden's eye. A massive fire phoenix appeared in the air. What is that? They screamed from the stands. This man-made marvel was being controlled by a member of the Qin family. How could he possibly boost the fire even after the swap? The sun reasoned. The hero knew his performance was the best. The organizer highlighted the newcomer's skills. Feng's control technique was enough to mesmerize people. Xiaoru thought. The second stage was called the pill battle. The competition consisted of defending your medicine from iron balls. Wow. So cool. The students said from the stands. Among the elders interfering with the tournament participants was the Lord's son. I'll definitely make Feng feel humiliated this time, he thought. The participants started the process. Since this is a classic game for alchemists, I'll give them an interesting show, the hero thought. The elders began interfering with the newcomers. They launched huge spiked balls into the air, mercilessly destroying what the participants had made. My pill is ruined, the students screamed. I got knocked out so fast. Another said. The Lord's son chose the most powerful strike to stop Feng. His next move would make the hero look like a total fool. His eyes greedily searched for Feng's pill. It was higher than all the others. What is this? The boss's son fumed. Why is no one attacking it? The hero asked. It's so huge. It looks like it wants to be a target. One of the elders said. Doesn't matter. Today, I'm going to disgrace that insolent brat. The Lord's son snapped. Everyone, get out of the way. I'll deal with him myself, he shouted. The arrogant guy launched his ball at the hero's massive pill. Xiaoru feared it was all over for him. He was young. But that hunk of iron the Lord's son had was just child's play compared to what Feng had cooked up. The ball flew right to the hero's feet. Who's controlling that broken little ball? Did you skip breakfast? Asked the alchemist. How can it be harder than iron? The Lord's son wondered. He said that member of the Qin family had so many secrets. He actually admired him. Everyone, attack the biggest pill. Whoever breaks it gets a huge reward, shouted the organizer's son. Then, a swarm of iron balls flew straight at the young man's creation. Feng is definitely going to lose after this, the maiden thought. But the hero just smiled at that. Nothing could stop him. Our balls. They're broken. How is that possible? The elders wondered. It was a stone pill in purified form. It's stronger than iron. Then the guy started destroying the remaining projectiles. It's embarrassing that the little guy is taking us out, said the ones who stopped the kids from taking the test. It was the first time they saw the prey become the predator. He's too strong. The elder snapped. Yeah? Feng is better than I imagined. Xiaoru noted. The Lord's son couldn't let his girlfriend get any more impressed by this newcomer. The elders were confused because Feng's pill had stopped moving. Then the Lord's son tried to control the stone ball to make it crash into the ground. Looks like someone wants to mess with me, the young man thought. Be my guest. The young knight added. Wait. Why is it flying in my direction? The Lord's son wondered. He narrowly escaped Feng's attack. But the ball started closing in on Xiaoru. The Lord's son completely forgot his girlfriend was standing behind him. Help, she screamed. But then Feng appeared and destroyed his own creation with his bare hands. The pill was useless now. The maiden saw a real man in the young guy. The elders couldn't believe a member of the Qin family would do this. If you secretly control my creation, that's fine. But I didn't think you'd put the girl in danger, the hero said. The Lord's son was a true coward. The elders couldn't believe it. Feng, what are you saying? How could I control anything? The boss's relative was indignant. Your pill is on the ground. You lost, he shouted. Yeah. Qin Feng. How can you talk about my son like that? The elder intervened. He wants to blame me for something I didn't do just to win Xiaoru's heart. The guy explained. Feng is such a hypocrite. The other guys agreed. Huh. You failed the test. The Lord's son sneered. What if I can prove you're guilty? The hero said. Are you all familiar with the art of divine knowledge? Feng asked. It was the first time the elder had heard of such a thing. For example, If you bought a pill from an alchemist and want to know if he created it, you use this art, Feng explained, because the spiritual force will remain inside it. All right, I'll try it, said the leader. Then he directed his energy toward the hero's creation. It released its spirit, which rushed upward. Look, my spiritual energy has returned to me, the hero declared, and the other part rushed toward the Lord's son. Dad, this is all a lie, the little bastard tried to justify himself. The father had no choice but to smack his son. You slander him and then laugh in the accused's face. The elder didn't calm down. Apologize to the young master, the Lord ordered. Damn it. I have to do this in front of Sharu, he thought. The other participants couldn't believe what had happened. Then the father handled everything himself, saying the test results were still valid. Since the pavilion was built, no one had ever achieved something like this. The maiden stepped toward the hero and asked him what he liked to eat. I'm not picky, but I don't like fish, the alchemist replied. Hearing this, the maiden ran off somewhere. Once, Sharu said that if she liked someone, she would cook for him. This caused the Lord's son even more pain. Now that he was a senior disciple, Feng could enter the cave. As expected, there were other senior students there too. The hero asked another student how to get down. Who are you to dare address me like that? Came from the stranger. If you want to go down there, you need to buy a protective suit, said the seller. Quang, but why? Feng asked. Don't play dumb. The seller got indignant. A sinister creature is sealed in the pit, tirelessly radiating energy. His clothes allowed you to delay death or madness for an hour. The merchant thought for a moment and said, You owe me 1,000,000 gold pieces. Ha! At that price, he'll never get down there, the students shouted. Actually, it was worth 10,000. But Tiang told him to take care of the hero. If you can't afford it, then get lost, the merchant said. Then the young man twisted his arm and asked, Do you really think you can talk to me like that? Arg! You broke my arm, the seller cried out. Then the young man pulled out a paper. It's just 1,000,000 gold. Who can't afford that, the hero said. It was a banknote with the royal seal. Guaranteed value. For the hero, this wasn't a big expense. He could have earned way more selling pills. The seller didn't expect the Qin family to be so rich. While he was examining the bill, he didn't notice the hero's leg. The young man kicked the bastard and threw away the robe, which was worth 10,000. Who needs this trash? Feng said as he walked away. I can manage without it, the boy added. No one could believe it. The only one who could go down there without protection was the pavilion master. When Feng got closer, he felt demonic energy. His expression changed completely. But there was nowhere else to go. It was time to go down. The energy was overwhelming. So he covered his face with his hand. Ha! You must be scared. Come back and take the robe, the merchant squealed. At this, Feng just smiled and took the risk. Jumping into the unknown, the seller and his students couldn't believe it. In midair, the hero managed to grab the chain with his hand. The power of the demonic influence on the human mind was immense. But Feng was an alchemist. And in his past life, he relied on spiritual power. Although it wasn't that great at the moment, this demonic influence couldn't affect him at all. The merchant was shocked to discover that the hero had immediately ended up on the 10th floor. He had psychological resistance. The demonic aura couldn't corrode his mind. Suddenly, the hero noticed something. The monster's energy transformed into huge tentacles. Huh. This idiot went down to the 15th floor where the monsters live, he laughed. Now, only death awaited Feng. So, a demonic vine. What's the play here? The alchemist mused. This thing sucks up flesh and blood to get stronger. It could make a whole area unlivable. This is it, he thought. The plant wrapped completely around the hero's body. Ha! That idiot died just trying to get attention, the merchant shouted. Suddenly, a red light started glowing from the plant, bursting through the stems. The hero yelled. "Let me out." "How did he escape?" the vendor screamed. The young man was on the brink of death again, which gave him a power boost. And he started shredding the remaining vines. He didn't just get rid of the monster. He managed to go down 3 floors. While the pavilion master could only manage 2. The young man had a moment to catch his breath. He still needed to descend another 31 floors. "I want that sword. But brute forcing my way through isn't the best option," Feng thought. Then he remembered it loved flesh and blood. So, asking the master for help was an option. Impossible. It took the chief 10 years just to get down there, but the young man had done it in a single day. He arrived at the main building. "So, you want me to bring a cart full of animal carcasses to the academy every single day?" the leader asked. "If you do, I'll help you get rid of the monsters," the alchemist replied. Every year, the old man had students willing to attempt a similar feat. But they all died. Everyone except Feng. The old man didn't believe the boy had already. He'd been down there. So he told him not to get cocky. Then Jan appeared and announced that a student had broken the descent record. "And who is it?" the Lord asked excitedly. It was his student, Qin Feng. Not only that, he'd managed to clear 3 more floors. "You really did it," the Lord realized. "Master, would I be standing here right now if I hadn't?" the hero asked. "Tell me how you did it." The Lord interrupted. The next day, a cart loaded with carcasses arrived at the pit. The young man hoisted one onto his shoulder. The students couldn't believe Feng was jumping back in there the very next day. Normal people needed a month to recover. Feng had just given the master a huge gift. But it was worth it. As he jumped, tentacles appeared in front of him. In just one day, the vine had grown quite a bit. Luckily, the hero had some food for it. The vine wanted to eat the beast, so its attacks slowed down. Feng threw the carcass to the ground and asked the monster if it wanted to devour it. "If you want to eat, you have to obey my orders and let me pass to the next level every day," the hero declared. The monster started crawling slowly. It understood the young man, which meant it had gained spiritual intelligence. An alchemist could actually try to tame it. "I'll be back tomorrow. The path you opened better not be closed when I return," said Feng. If this kept up, he could get not only the sword, but also the vine, whose combat power was growing. Meanwhile, night had fallen. The Lord's son couldn't calm down about what had happened. He was itching for revenge. "When I take over the pavilion in the future, I'll show him who's boss," he thought. Then he noticed the lights were on in the conference room. The elders were arguing about the next successor. It was the chief lord's turn to speak. He announced that if he handed everything to his son, the whole place would likely collapse. "That is why I'm proposing Feng as a candidate." Those words stung the boy. The elders were against it because the alchemist was new. "Yeah, exactly. He's a nobody here. He hasn't contributed a thing," the Lord's son echoed. "He gave us the recipe for the 6th grade pills," the chief stated. The elders' eyes went wide when they heard that. The old men said they'd never heard of such a thing. Feng must be a big shot to share something like that. In the end, they were unanimously willing to hand everything over to the hero. The Lord's son couldn't believe his ears. Meanwhile, the alchemist had brought a new gift for the vine. To prove his worth, he'd written down a recipe for the master. It seems he went a bit overboard. Since they'd only been using 5th grade pills at best in this era, Feng managed to reach the 25th floor. "Dinner is served. The rules are the same," the hero snapped. The plant obeyed and started devouring the carcass. In just a few days, the guy had managed to tame it. It even started showing affection towards Feng. "I gotta go. See you tomorrow," the hero said, waving goodbye. Facing the demon was going to be trouble. Now he needed to find time to refine the pills that would help him break through. Meanwhile, the Lord's son was taking his anger out on a punching bag. "Brother, I've got news about Qin Feng," his lackey reported. The son said he didn't want to hear a word about that bastard. "No. Listen, That kid took a pill worth 500,000 out of the pavilion. He must have stolen it. The lackey said. The Lord's son was shocked by what he heard. Once everyone found out about the theft, Feng wouldn't be able to become the heir. It was time to go confront him. But the guards wouldn't let the pair through at night. Then he told them what he'd found out and insisted they needed to catch the thief. When I'm the heir, I'll reward you for this, the bastard said. Yeah. Let's go get him. The rest of the guys cheered. Ha. I'm gonna ruin your reputation today. Feng, the wannabe heir thought. There was a huge crater in the forest. Inside it, the hero was crafting 6th grade pills. It was best if no one knew what he was up to. Luckily, they didn't take long to make. Found him, he's over here, one of the students yelled. Surround him. Quick, someone in the crowd shouted. Confess your crimes, the Lord's son snapped. Are you here to cause trouble? The young man asked. You're in no position to talk like that. Get him. Now, the arrogant guy screamed. The guards rushed to attack the young man. They were already closing in. One of them leaped up, aiming to strike the hero with his sword. But Feng spun around just in time and knocked the bastard's teeth out. Back off, the hero warned. The other fighters were stunned by the young man's strength. The first guard went flying into the crowd, knocking them down. How can he fight while refining a pill? The Lord's son raged. Damn it. I can't lose face today, he thought. All elders come with me, he ordered. There are so many seniors here. You can't possibly win, Lord Qin's son declared. Suddenly, Cher appeared. She covered her mouth, shocked that her love had been attacked. However, Feng destroyed the warriors without breaking a sweat. It was just a warm-up for him. The pavilion Lord's son fell to his knees. A bunch of bastards had come here just to get him, he asked. Why are there 2 Qin Fengs down there? My afterimage is enough to deal with you, the hero said. Damn. His martial arts are strong if he can fight us with a clone, the bastard thought. He turned to the disciples. Anyone who fights Feng gets 1,000 gold. Money was a powerful argument, and they charged into battle. The hero was already running out of patience. Even if you win now, you'll still be despised in the pavilion, the son reasoned. Suddenly, 3 strangers ordered them to stop. Tian, what are you doing? The Lord shouted. Dad. He stole a pill worth 500,000, the son claimed. His father looked at him with disgust, came down from the mountain, and slapped his son while speaking. You bastard. Cher watched anxiously to see what would happen next. It turned out the hero hadn't stolen anything. It was a gift. The other students were amazed at how generous the Lord was. Since the young man had given them such a valuable recipe, they decided to thank him. The students didn't believe such people existed. Dad, how can such a poor family own such valuable knowledge? The son wouldn't calm down. How is this possible? The old man snapped. At that time, Qin was busy with something important. I prepared a 6th grade pill. What is this? Tian shouted. This is the pill spirit. According to legend, a successful process leads to gathering the energy of heaven and earth. A spirit appeared in the form of a dragon. It turns out Feng is a 6th grade alchemy master. The son realized. Everyone knelt because the boy's skill was superior to the pavilion leaders. In their lifetime, they were lucky enough to witness the creation of something so powerful. I didn't expect him to be a hidden genius, Cher said. Master Qin, can we watch you cleanse it? The old man asked. The answer was yes. Everyone, be quiet and watch, the leader ordered. If anyone disturbs him, they'll be expelled. Damn. He's so talented and young. They'll definitely give him the pavilion, Tian thought. 3 days had passed since then. The hero demonstrated the brewing method, and everyone watched in awe. Before the end, the dragon spirit opened its eyes. Almost ready, the alchemist declared. A bright red pill appeared from the dragon's mouth. The spirit rushed to hand it to the hero. The young man even had to coordinate the dragon a bit. A moment later, the spirit delivered the necessary artifact to the master. It wasn't just a 6th-grade pill. It was refined to perfection, the boss snapped. Qin Feng is incredibly strong. Cher said, thanks for the praise. But I learned these skills from my master, the hero said. The old man bent his knee before the hero. Master Qin, now that your strength has convinced the entire pavilion, I ask you one thing, the Lord declared. The future leadership needs talent like yours. Would you like to take over the pavilion? The old man asked. Cher couldn't believe what she heard. Damn. Dad really did it. Tian thought. The one who reaches the top becomes the master. Your strength has surpassed mine. If you lead the pavilion, alchemy will flourish throughout the country. The old man continued. In the hero's memories, the old man was the last owner of the pavilion. It eventually disappeared due to attacks from hostile countries. In his previous life, the hero also used his heritage to achieve the title of alchemy god. Thank you, Master, the young man said. He accepted the position and promised to spread and glorify the Tao of pills. Excellent. Then, in the future, I will step down and take the place of the elders. Thus, the hero became the new boss. The students were delighted with this news. Yes, I will obey him as the pavilion owner, the maiden said. Why don't we pay our respects to the new master? The old man asked. Everyone in the place greeted the hero with respect. You don't have to be so polite, Feng said. I'll do my best for you, the hero added. Then the old man turned to his son, who, as punishment for all his idiocy, was hauling fierce beasts to the pit every day. Dad, but I'm the pavilion master, Tian muttered. 3 days later, the market vendors saw the former pavilion master's son shopping. They laughed at him for being demoted. Damn. Why did Feng get so lucky? He thought. One of the strangers asked if he needed help. Don't worry. I can deliver the meat myself, the Lord's son said. Don't you get it? Can I help you kill Feng? The stranger said. Who are you? Tian asked with a trembling voice. There are many eyes and ears outside, the assassin said. We can go inside and discuss it. He continued. There were 4 more people like him sitting inside the shop. It seems they are all experts at the master level. The son thought. The people were from the Mountain Ghost clan. Meanwhile, at the new master's house, the hero's predecessor told him he would soon have to choose good students for his class. All right, Master Yang, you should leave. Otherwise, the students will think we're having an affair, the leader snapped. Once he became master, she changed completely. Someone called the master from behind the door. I've prepared dinner for you, Cher said. Thanks for your hard work, Feng said. Master, I want to ask for some advice, she added. Why doesn't she see me as a stranger? The hero thought. And what kind of questions are these? The alchemist asked. I'll feed you while we talk, she said. Later, the maiden left, and Feng closed the main door. Since becoming master, it hadn't been easy for him. But there was still a month left before the city would be destroyed and the demons reborn. His current strength wasn't enough to deal with the great demons. He created a special pill to improve his cultivation. The materials for the pill were rare, but the master had helped him with it. Now, I'll try to break through, Feng thought. Then a yellow aura formed around him. He did this until morning. At dawn, steam started coming off the young man. Initially, the boy wanted to reach the 5th level of body strengthening, but the effect was so good he reached the 9th. As he got dressed, he decided to go get the sword. Now the boy had the strength he needed. Today was the day for recruiting new disciples. The hero had already organized everything for it. After so many days feeding on vines, he finally reached the bottom. The hero skillfully jumped down. A great chaos is brewing. To destroy the city, he'll need to get that sword. The city was recruiting new students. There were so many of them, making it easier to find talent. Suddenly, someone caught their attention. It was a band of assassins. If you're not on the list, You're not getting in, the senior student said. Then, one of the assassins pointed his sword at the poor guy. Next, the warrior struck the student down. The rest of the students were stunned by this display. Shiru screamed at the bastards. What the hell are you doing? Then the assassin turned toward her. We just want to know where Feng is, he said. We're here to take his life, the assassin said. Eat well today, the hero David ordered. I finally made it here today, the alchemist said. The great sword was 10 meters away. The knight was left speechless upon seeing it. The legendary weapon was magnificent. The demonic energy radiating from it was incredibly strong. Even with his mental strength, it started to feel exhausting. There was no choice. Time was running out. Feng rushed to touch the artifact, having grabbed it with his hand. He couldn't stay on his feet. He had to think of something urgently to pull it out of the stone. The young man's eyes turned red. He was on the verge of death, putting all his strength into it. The hero screamed. You are a demon. Why do you need protection? An unknown voice asked. You are just like us. Why resist? It continued. Haha. This is my true self, Feng said. I was born to lead the demons. The alchemist snapped. He added that he would destroy the entire human race. A mysterious creature flew near the vine, noticed the hero and his trouble, and flew toward him to help. The creature opened its mouth, full of sharp teeth, and bit the young man with all its might. After this, Feng's eyes returned to their normal color. He came back to his senses thanks to this creature. This was the true form of the demonic vine. She considered Feng her father and absorbed the evil energy. Can you help me again? The hero asked. Then let's pull out the sword, the knight added. Grabbing the sword, the hero shouted. Let's go. Now, the demonic aura began to destroy everything around them. Stones started falling from the walls. It was completely unbearable for the boy. But he managed it. He pulled out the sword. It finally worked. The hero let it out. He showed it to his new comrade. According to the legend, the sword has unprecedented power. Whoever wields it is capable of destroying the most powerful monsters. In past memories, Mother Earth and her assistant were in the Void Realm, above the Grand Master Realm. It was said that the sword emitted demonic energy. But where was it now? Feng wondered. It really submitted to me, the hero reasoned. From above, screams for help began to be heard. The hero wondered what was happening up there. In a moment, he found himself at the top. The sight he saw surprised him. An assassin had arrived at the pavilion. The students were screaming. At that moment, a member of the Ye family was tied up. Be patient and wait, one of the assassins snapped. They tied up all the strong students. The Lord's son was watching all of this from his hiding place. Ha! The Mountain Ghost clan has almost captured all the core members of the pavilion, he said. Today he colluded with the Mountain Ghost clan and deliberately let them into the pavilion. All that bastard needed was to kill Feng and his father. This way, he'll become the sole heir. Suddenly, an assassin entered his room. Why are you still here? The thing with Dad and Feng isn't over yet, the scumbag said indignantly. If everyone finds out about the conspiracy, I won't share the money with you guys, the assassin said. He drew his sword and pierced the Lord's son with it. Do you really think we're doing this for the good of the pavilion? The assassin asked. After the murder, they rushed to leave the room. In fact, they are here to exterminate everyone, so that the Dan legacy is destroyed. Everyone. Listen to me, the assassin shouted. If everyone doesn't come out to the street now, he continued, I will destroy a student every minute. Someone ran out and screamed to let the kids go. Don't you dare touch my students, the old man declared. One of the bastards lunged at him. The old man couldn't do anything. Did you really decide to help your students? Are you fully justifying your title? The leader stated. The Lord thought he still had the strength to fight. But that wasn't the case. These were the opponents of the first and third masters. Where is the new master? Feng, Did he run away in fear? The leader said. If he doesn't show up, we'll kill everyone, the assassin said. Pavilion Lord Sharu screamed. But the bastard didn't have time to kill her grandfather. Someone knocked his teeth out with a punch. It was Feng. He came to help his people. What are you doing here? The young man asked them. Sharu and the rest of the guys were happy to see the new leader here. Ha! I didn't expect you to be able to handle it. The leader snapped. The old man said they were very strong and it was better to run. If you die here, it's all over, he added. But Feng didn't care. He had a great artifact with him. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, the hero said. The bastards looked at him with disgust. The words that the hero's journey wouldn't end moved them. 3 strong warriors left their spots. Together, they attacked the hero. Then the alchemist grabbed the blade of his sword. In a few seconds, he pierced through them with the artifact. The old man was amazed by such speed and skill. The guy managed to kill 3 grandmasters with practically a single blow. How dare you kill my people? The leader of the bastards was outraged. Destroy him, he shouted to the others. The Lord advised the boy to be more careful because there were more opponents. Don't worry. I won't lift a finger, the master said. It's the vine's turn to show what it can do. You must have gone crazy with fear, one of the warriors shouted. The small creature sprouted tentacles. The people of the assassin clan couldn't imagine such a thing. What the hell is this? Their leader snapped. In a moment, the bastards were tied up. Then, the creature began to strangle them. The creature swallowed the insolent warriors whole. It was already fed up with these bastards. What kind of creature is this? The Lord thought. The students were also surprised by this sight. The old man realized it was a demonic vine. I couldn't figure out how Feng pulled this off. This is his original form, the young man said. Handling first and second level masters was a breeze now. But there were still monsters here. The leader of those bastards whistled to call someone over. A massive shadow loomed over the boys. Seeing this, Cher felt a bone-chilling dread. A 9th level grandmaster appeared before them, a void-tearing serpent. When the elder saw the monster, he thought it was all over. That today was the academy's final day. At first, I thought this was just about killing a bunch of morons, practicing alchemy, and that there was no need to use the clan's tamed monsters, the leader of the bastards declared. But Feng's skills took him by complete surprise. Don't worry if he dares to use that weapon on me, the hero said. The bastard was trapped. He was done for. A massive surge of demonic energy flew toward the serpent. Something strange started happening to the creature. Its eyes turned white, and it was engulfed in a purple aura. This force sent the assassin leader's head flying off.